Good evening. Tonight, we're doing some more Astrologian power leveling. I hope you're looking forward to it. Hey Nikolai, hey Gazel, hey Rust, hey Goldtooth, hey Zach, and hey James. I hope you're all doing super well. James says, and finally going to catch the stream before the halfway point. Well, glad to have you. Hey Bjerk, hope you're doing well as well. And thank you, Zach. As usual, we're pretty much just going to be going through roulettes to try and level Astrologian. And when we run out of roulettes that are somewhat meaningful to actually do, we might just spam dungeons. That is pretty much the plan. And then just hanging out. I hope you've been, those of you who have been keeping track of it, I hope you've been enjoying the FanFest stuff over the weekend. Hey BSR and hey Jace. Hope you're doing well. Getting to pick up leveling tips. Well, I suppose so. Sometimes I have to say maybe don't do what I don't do what I do and instead do what I say. Because I sometimes get sidetracked with this and that. Hmm. 67. Do we have any equipment at 67? We do. Sure. So we have leftover stuff. Huh. Something happened there. Someone didn't bother to look at the item sell price. All of those are just money lost. Oh well. Oh well. We have some cards. May I get that, Zach? It would be nice. One day, hopefully, we will get worldwide data center travel. One day. I think we've talked about it before, that we have actually heard officially that they have the technology. Like, it's there, they just have to click the turn on button, but there are some, like, social concerns primarily about that. VXS isn't there a test for, that is coming up in November? I'm pretty sure the cloud server announcement was more in relation to cloud server infrastructure. That doesn't necessarily mean anything about worldwide data center travel. However, I did hear someone participate in a test very, very briefly a while back, like a month ago, maybe a few weeks ago, where they discovered that they had, I believe it was from EU, they had like 20 ms to NA on the cloud server test or something like that. I'm not 100% sure how that went, but that's what I heard. So one thing we know for certain is that the cloud server structure will probably lead to better connections, if nothing else. It might also be part of the worldwide data center travel, but ultimately, as I understood it, the primary concern about, you know, pulling the lever, Kronk, and activating worldwide data center travel is specifically that each region has drastically different communities in subtle ways. Like, the entire West is naturally significantly different from the Japanese data centers, but even the difference between EU and NA is very clear. Like, you could take something as specific as savage raiding. As far as I understand, the meta in explaining strategies and deciding on strategies in EU is macros. So you just paste a macro. I think I should be able to access some. Like, if you're doing E5S, you just, hypothetically, if you did a sync, you just paste this and choose your positions and go for it. In NA, the prevailing strategy, the meta, is the marker dance, as I've gone to call it, which is putting, like, this, explaining what mechanics need to be dealt with, and then placing down markers for people to decide where they want to stand. And that doesn't sound like a massive difference, but socially, there's a significant difference here, right? And that's just one example. I've never seen anyone perform the marker dance, but I was told when I made like a Savage starter guide ages ago, that, oh, there is this marker dance that is the prevailing method in this other region that you don't know about, like know enough about. So that's one example. Like, that's just one random example of something where the West doesn't even agree. Let's see. Hey Emir, hope you're doing well, and hey Matthew, and hey Lukatamaji. Yeah, a really good example is actually that in the Japanese data centers, it's rare to see, I've heard, but it is not like unheard of to see party finder groups where they're like, no one from this data center, which is known to have, well, no one from this server or world that is known to have more English speaking players. And on the one hand, that sounds really unfair. On the other hand, the problem is that when you blindly join these groups, you might not even realize that you, a person that does not speak Japanese, joins a group with people that don't speak English, and they just can't deal with that kind of problem. And in the, you could say, the rest of the world in terms of like data centers, it is typically assumed that unless stated otherwise, you probably speak English, so we can all at least communicate. But specifically in the Japanese data centers, it is not something you can just assume at all, which is fair, right? It's the Japanese data centers. They're speaking Japanese. Who would have thought? And that's just an example where worldwide data center travel could cause some problems. And yeah, exactly, Gazel. There's at least one of the Japanese data centers that ended up being like the English East data center, simply because there is nothing else, or there was nothing else. Like Australians, for example, didn't have anything to choose from. And Jay says people on NA will actively flame you if you use party finder macros in NA. Oh wow, I've never heard that, but it somehow doesn't surprise me. Recently I've heard a lot of stories on, for example, my video about mentor roulette, where I heard absolutely insane reactions in both directions, and I've never seen that, like, ever. And my assumption was, is this in EU or is it a worldwide thing? And I was wondering if it's because the NA region has their, like, might be a little bit more aggressive. I don't know. But it feels like often when there is some sort of like really, really aggressive stance on something like that, it feels like it might usually be NA. I don't know, but maybe you know if you're in NA. Hey Gambler. Yeah, we go. And Gleaming Gamore. I hope you're both doing well. Najibuster says, I haven't seen it in NA. It could just be it could be a data center thing. It could also be some people. It could also be some people are like blowing a situation out of proportion, right? It could be that they're retelling a story and they're adding a lot. Like, that is equally possible. Like, it's just a story, right? Right. Goal 2 says, I mean, something I see here in the North American servers is a lot of people putting things like, you can only join us if you had this many hours in this level of gear in Party Finder, which is extremely annoying because it's like, I want to just be able to join a party and get some content that I want to get done and over with, but I can't. That sounds like a really weirdly specific thing. What? Huh? So they're like, they post like, I don't know, like a synced, like a synced, like a synced old extreme, and they're like, well, if you don't have experience doing extremes at this level, you can't join us. But the only way you could get like synced extreme experience would be to join them, because they're like one of the only groups doing it, or something like that. And VX says, you can check the Tales from Duty Finder subreddit for your daily dose of drama. Oh yeah, I guess I could. Really ruin my day. But yeah, imagine for a second these like people that you experience that might be super toxic, like for example that they are currently locked to a specific region and they might even just stick to their data center, right? Suddenly there's worldwide travel. They don't have any reason to move out of their data center if they like their data center in their region, but if they're going to visit a different region, they could go anywhere. Like, if they want to visit Europe, it's same seas whether they visit Light or Chaos as far as they're concerned. And that's just one example. So that can suddenly cause some weirdness, and that's just one example. You also have to remember that even Europeans, just to like pose an example, not necessarily that Europeans are better, but if we assume that there's like an NA data center that has some problems with toxicity, hypothetically, then it wouldn't matter whether it's from that data center, any other NA data center, an EU data center, or even the Australian data center. Any of them visiting a Japanese data center could upset the balance, because as far as I know, the Japanese data center is completely different in how they act. Like, a good example is part of the reason why the Mentor Roulette has extremes from old content is because in the Japanese data center that was never a problem. Like, that wasn't a problem, so why would you remove it? And hey Irene, I hope you're doing well. We had a Sprout tank who wasn't in chat at all, but also forgot to turn on tank stance, didn't turn it on when we asked, and also wouldn't pull the guy into the eye light, so that boss took forever. That's a hard one. I think I've talked about before that I had a group in Gimlet Dark, you know, the level 70 dungeon near the end of Stormblood, with a tank that bought a boost, and I believe a healer that bought a boost. The tank also didn't speak English. And while we did manage to explain to them that they needed to use their tank stance, the problem is that they thought it was like a buff they had to use regularly. So like they would sometimes turn it off and then on again, like off and on again at random. So it can get really difficult with content like that. If I remember correctly, we didn't beat the final boss because we didn't have any DPS that could res, and the healer could not figure out the dashing around the room mechanic with the explosions. And if they died, the tank couldn't tank without a healer, and the DPS couldn't tank in his in their stead either. So, the end, right? Right then, so let's start with leveling roulette. Hey Chelsea, I hope you're doing well. Oh, whoops. There we go. Just barely remembered it. Good thing I did my job quests. That got a little close. Yeah, that's true, Gleaming, that it's very rare to find groups of people that want to do the old extremes synced. That is like just something that it would be something that you would need to like find people to join you for a group to do. So you would have to like coordinate it. It's something that I remember got really popular to try and do back when there was a lot of like influx of streamers from other MMOs. Like when there was the big influx of people from World of Warcraft, you saw a lot of, you might have seen a lot of these streamers like they would actually do the extremes like when they like reached the appropriate level, and for the most part, like a solo player just playing through the game would have a really hard time finding like a group for that. And that's not to say that you can't do it, but it certainly means that these like streamers coming into the game from other MMOs, like if you're rather new to the game, it gives like the wrong expectations, because you are unlikely to be able to replicate that off stream. Oh right, the dragon. And Steve says, took me 30 minutes to get Aurum Vale earlier on today, let alone extremes. That is a surprising it is a little bit surprising that it would take you over 30 minutes to get a group together for Autumn Vale, but I mean, depending on what time of day that you do it, it's not completely unrealistic. Do I already have that? I do. The silly dragons that don't really want to fight you. And that is also very true, Beamy. And I've also talked about this, and I actually brought this up more back when it was like more common. Oh, whoops! I didn't need to need on that. I brought this up more back when it was a lot more common for Sprouts to really want to be able to do the content on level. Because the thing is, you will never be able to have the proper experience of doing the content on level, because it will never be the same. Like, you can't get the same experience because the game isn't the same, as Beamy kind of pointed out. That even if you did it on level, the extreme version of anything before Shadowbringers would be completely broken in terms of, like, DPS expectations, because, well, you don't have to worry about enmity management at all. And that's also kind of true, Matthew. I think we talked about this on Tea Time. That if you already have full best and slot gear from the current raid tier, when a new extreme comes out, which is supposed to give like a little bit of catch up with a slightly better weapon, you're already over gearing the current, like the newest extreme, which gives you like a warped perspective of the difficulty of that encounter. Like, a lot of people, I've heard some people complain that, well, maybe not complain, but point out that they feel like the current newest extreme is too easy, that it has a way too lax DPS check. And part of the reason why this can happen is because, well, you have like 20 item levels advantage over the boss. There's nothing it could possibly do about that. Like, the current newest extreme assumes that you have at least item level 640, which is, you know, a full set of crafted gear, and that's it. So as you go beyond that, you get an advantage. Well, the thing is, Lukavamaji, that even if you were to do the old extremes on minimum item level no echo, it's not about that. It would help make the make it more challenging, but you have to remember that in a Realm Reborn, like actually a Realm Reborn, when you were doing Ramu Extreme for realsies, healers needed to get hit chance on their gear to be able to make sure that stone actually landed. They needed to use a special stance to make their attacks do any meaningful amounts of damage. Tanks needed to switch to a special tank stance which made them do less damage to be able to actually do, like, to be able to tank properly, and so on and so forth. Like, it was a completely different game by comparison. Yeah, exactly. Stone could miss. Look, if you've done the DPS tutorial in the Smith, they actually tell you that that hitting an enemy from the flank or the back means that you're less likely to miss. This isn't true now, but it was true at some point. There was a time where you needed to make sure you were doing your quote-unquote your positions correctly, even for attacks that didn't have like a specific benefit to like an actual positional. You just needed to make sure you were in position so that you didn't miss. And these are the kinds of things that don't exist anymore. So even if you do content minimum itemable no echo, it will still be a completely different experience than the originally intended experience. That is not to say that it won't be a good experience, but it will not be like, oops, the correct expected original experience. Like, it doesn't matter whether you do it when you reach it at level 50 or you wait until you're more experienced with the game. And yeah, exactly, Chelsea. Tanks needed it too, to be able to make sure their attacks landed, and main tanks needed more of it because, well, they're stuck in front of the boss, right? It's not exactly like they can sneak around them and smack them in the back. But as I said, it's not that you can't get a good experience playing through the extremes as you unlock them. Not saying that. I'm just saying that the synced, even the minimum itemable no echo version that we have today is probably, just by comparison, much easier than the version you would have had in A Realm Reborn, or Heavensward, or Stormblood, or even Shadowbringers, because things are different now. Nothing bad about it. Just, it's just never going to be the same. And that's also true, Gleaming, that there is still a massive difference between doing it unsynced and just smacking the boss upside the head and they're dead, and doing it synced, or even minimum itemable no echo. And the reason why I'm highlighting this difference is because there are some players that have specifically said that they believe that is the proper experience of that fight. And the thing is that you can believe that. There's just a big leap from believing that and then going, and because you're doing it unsynced, you're doing it wrong. I'm not saying you're saying that, look at the magic, but that's why, this is the reason why I'm highlighting it, is because there are some people that would say this and then turn around and use it as a weapon to bonk other people on the head for no reason. Also true, Gazel. If you missed, just like now, if you miss against a high level opponent, your combo just fails. And positionals like Chaos Thrust would just not apply its dot if you didn't do the positional right. yeah, also with TP, it was a lot harder to use your sprint. I got into the game in Stormblood after they removed the TP cost from sprint. But TP was just really annoying. Just in general, it was just really, really annoying. Let's do 50, 60, 70, 80 next. Just for those that said they wanted, like, they're here to learn how to power level. I have said before, and I'll say it again, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not the best way to level, but it's fun, and I could use the Poetics. So there's the logic and why we're doing that anyway. Oh boy, keep up the lake. Don't you love keep up the lake? Did you know that you can solo this dungeon with a scholar? Look at the magic says I believe it, but I also want to see it. I actually have a stream where I did it. Just, I can't remember what the stream bot is called, but it wouldn't surprise me if it is actually called Keep Up the Lake or something like that. But I did do it on stream. Synced? Yes, of course. Wouldn't be very impressive if you did it unsynced, would it? It turns out that Midgard's Orm's multi-stack marker doesn't one-shot you, and because it doesn't one-shot you or even two-shot you, you can spam heal through it and you'll be mostly fine. You'll see I have a whole like series of streams where I solo content, and before Warrior gets raw intuition, it's like Scholar, Gunbreaker to some degree are like the superheroes, and especially Scholar. Scholar is just because as soon as it gets Ruin 2, it can just run constantly. It's very helpful. Sage could probably do too. Hard to say. The key thing that the Scholar has is the instant Ruin 2. It might be okay for bosses like Midgard's Armor, which you can't kite anyway. But it does, in my experience, Scholar comes ahead of Sage in most situations because of things like Ruin 2. And then it also helps that your pet is always healing. There are a few cases where Sage being able to reapply its shield while running is very, very convenient though. Zach says, what's your favorite overall job? But that depends. And you might say it depends on what? It depends on the day. I think my overall favorite job is it might be Black Mage or Paladin. Gleaming says, have you seen Wrath Game solo stuff? I have. I actually, when he made his first Can You Solo Final Fantasy XIV video, like less than a week later, I posted my video saying, can you solo Final Fantasy XIV? No, you cannot. And then proved why you can't. And we have regularly spoken about his solo of Titan, which he didn't actually do synced. He didn't do it synced because it would not be possible to do it synced. And you might be saying, but he did it and he wasn't level 90. No, but Ninja does not have Doton in Titan synced. So you wouldn't be able to do it synced, even if it did enough damage. So yeah, I have seen it. Okay, the Magi says, when summoners pets could attack, would they be able to break you out of the Titan jail? I don't believe so. I'm pretty sure your entire UI gets locked up while you're in the jail, so you wouldn't be able to command it. I'm pretty confident about that, at least. And I base that on the fact that if a scholar is locked inside, I'm pretty sure you cannot use pet actions, like place and heal. And those would be the same kinds of pet actions. I also remember soloing Titan hard, or was it extreme, on Summoner back in Shadowbringers. And I don't believe that you could actually sneak yourself out of the jail if he did jail you. But yeah, point is, we have actually talked about Wrath games. In fact, almost every single solo stream that I make, his name comes up. Pretty much never fails. So it would be a shock if I hadn't, wouldn't it? Nothing wrong with that. He is the solo guy. I mean, I actually did do some solo streams months before he started, but that was in a different, like, style, you could say. And I could also say that I'm not the only one. You know, many of the more well-known names have soloed stuff. And that's also true. It's like being region-locked old-school RuneScape accounts being compared to Swampletics. That is true. Hmm. Pretty sure we can just step forward. Hmm. 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 Cannot reach both of them. Do you know how hard it is to play this game when there's a cat sitting on your mouse wrist and refusing to get off? I could imagine. But I don't have a cat, so I wouldn't know for certain. You know, even though they like really changed the Midgard's armor fight, I kind of like the new version better. The old version, it was always like you walk up to the boss and you're like, oh no, I hope at least some people in my party know what to do. Because it was like, it wasn't like, oh, if you mess up this mechanic, it'll get harder. It's genuinely the old version. You know, that Einhander boss earlier in the dungeon, one of those would come down. You had to kill the ad there while there's other ads. And then you have to use an item when the boss starts casting, pretty much. Something like that. Which meant that there was a very strict time frame, like a DPS check, you could say, even though the DPS check itself was really just a turn and kill it. And the thing is, you couldn't really use the item if you were the tank, because you got interrupted by damage. And the dragon could, like, the dragon ad could randomly choose to do a breath attack on the item when you were doing it, so other players could get interrupted as well. And sometimes you would just be unlucky and it might just not pan out right. And then you wipe. Whereas this version, I don't feel like there is like as much of a brutal, you messed up, you lose kind of idea. And I just prefer the new version because of that, because I feel like the new version is like, you can still get wrecked if you don't respect the boss, but the old version was just like, oh, you didn't know this one thing, so now you wipe. Like, I could imagine that there might be some like sprout groups, you know, 4 sprouts no one actually knows how to do the fight, and if all of them are, you know, those that are like that really rely on the rest of the party sometimes, which is not necessarily a bad thing, they're just screwed. There's nothing they can do, because either they get it or they don't. Maybe one of them will be inclined to look it up after they wipe the 3rd or 4th time, but they might just not be able to do it. And they all have to queue again. Gazel says, to be fair, it was an endgame dungeon. It wasn't bad for being not forgiving. That is true. If I remember correctly, right? Keep of the Lake should be on the, like, it should be at the same difficulty scale as Balza's Wall. Same difficulty scale as Gimlet Dark. And same one as Packled Sand. Although I don't know, I feel like Hero's Gauntlet is actually harder than Packled Sand, just personal opinion. So that is a reasonable counterpoint. It's the final dungeon. It should be hard. And when I say I feel like Hero's Gauntlet is hard, I'm specifically thinking about boss fights here. I would also say I have relative difficulty. I mean, Keep of the Lake should be hard for a person at level 50. Just like how Hero's Gauntlet or Pack of Hand should be hard for a player at level 80. But what I mean is, like, they should be hard for the level range. They should be somewhat unforgiving to some degree when it's the final dungeon. But here's a fun thing. In Shadowbringers, when Anamnesis and Niter was new, or even when it was like the second dungeon in Expert Roulette, you know, when Hero's Gauntlet came in, I think usually I only had, like, if there was a first timer in the dungeon, I only had to say it once. You have to stand on the splashy grates on the final boss. Look where the hands are not. And usually people would get it. Whenever I've gotten Anamnesis and Niter these days, I can guarantee you there's one person who does not care. They hardly learn to care when they realize that the ads actually make the boss invulnerable. Still don't care. Guess I'll just kill the ads then. And that's a bit of a shame. And I'm guessing that people are underestimating the importance of the mechanic because it's not an endgame dungeon anymore. But it is actually like, that will not wipe you. But it can severely extend the fight, just that. And if you're having a hard time with other mechanics on the fight, then extending the fight is not going to help you. At all. It's okay, Chelsea. I remember when I got to Hero's Gauntlet, the final boss at least wiped my group once, if not twice. Because we didn't realize we were supposed to step into the craters. And that's a pretty good sign that it's a difficult boss, right? Right, we're doing trials next. If there's anyone in the chat who's on EU, of course, that would also like to come along, you're very welcome to. Just let me know that you're coming so that we don't queue without you. The second one in Hero's Gauntlet, then the Necromancer. With the tethered ads. Right. Yeah, that one can be a nightmare depending on how well your team actually bothers to position. The walking zombies, you can mostly just let get to you, if I remember correctly, because they'll just drop and then you can just move away and it'll be fine. But the crawling ones, if your team refuses to like spread out, maybe you have a tank and a melee and neither one refuses to budge, then they're going to overlap. But 2 explosions shouldn't kill a melee player, I believe. The interesting thing, actually, in regards to Anamnesis and Nida, and I don't think this is really a spoiler in case there's anyone that hasn't done it yet, but basically, this boss reuses the exact same mechanic as the final boss in this dungeon. The problem is that you don't have to do the mechanic in Sastasha, so no one learns it, right? This version not only uses the mechanic often enough that the boss will not be near death, but the ads make the boss invulnerable, so you have to do it. You have to do it. Turns out that's what it takes to make people respect the mechanic. Exactly, never did it on Sastasha. I mean, when I soloed it, synced minimum item level, no echo, we discovered that the ads do, like, nearly no damage. So, like, yeah, you would like to kill them off, but it wasn't really worth the effort to go out of your way to deal with the greats in Sastasha. You could kinda just ignore it if you couldn't reach them in time. Were the Sastasha ads meaningful in the AR days? Good question. I don't know. If they did the damage they do now, back then, relatively speaking, they did, like, I believe, like a 1/5 of the boss's auto attack damage each or something like that. So if you didn't do it, you would have, you know, a boss that had 4 ads, nearly doubling its DPS. So that could be a problem. I don't think it would be a huge problem, but I imagine back in AR days that you would be more incentivized to do the mechanic because the fight probably would last longer. There's also some interesting things to consider in AR days. It wasn't until Shadowbringers, note that, not until Shadowbringers, until tanks actually had their tank stance before level 30. In Stormblood, one of the big rewards for becoming a warrior or a paladin was your tank stance. So, like, aggro management in Sastasha was just, it was just built on enmity combos, like 1, 2, 3 enmity combos, and if you had flash from Paladin, you would use that. And then just hopes and prayers, because you didn't have a tank stance, and even when you got a tank stance, I believe it only tripled your enmity generation or something like that, so it wasn't the times 10 that it is today. And who knows, it might have been less in AR days. Now, trial roulette. Garzel says, back then I was told to only attack the same mob that the tank was targeting. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, if you do that, then the tank can typically get away with, like, maybe just using, like, an overpower or 2 or a flash or 2 and then just single targeting each mob. And if the mobs were actually dangerous, then being able to, like, get rid of them one at a time would be very helpful, right? I have seen footage from A Realm Reborn of tanks single pulling Stone Vigil Mm. Mm. Poink. Boom. Oh. Exactly, Chelsea. Nowadays, it's not that. I would very much like to see a dungeon that was scaled at such a high difficulty level and power level of the individual mobs in the dungeon that you had to pull them one at a time, but I'm not sure what it would take to do that, because one of the things that tanks do to do these things, like to pull like that, is to just stack defensive cooldowns until they have enough. Oh. I think the red mage backflipped off the arena. Wow. A red mage crashed near me. It's raining red mage. Here's a fun fact, given that we're talking about big wall-to-wall pulls. When I recorded the footage for some of the pulls that was in that video, some of them, like, yeah, sure, there were pulls that I ranked as harder that I did with some random healer, but some of the pulls I just found too evil to do with some stranger. So I specifically brought Sip to heal for me on those. For example, I did actually bring Sip for Stone Vigil, because I felt that it was too mean to do a Giga pull like that with a random healer. Uh-oh, Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt! Ow. Phew. That. Is it really evil if the healer enjoys it? That is a good point. The thing is that often you don't really have time to ask, or asking could itself be considered a problem. I've talked about this before. Essentially, asking if you're allowed to do the ultra mega giga pull just throws the, shoots the ball over in the healer's court. If you just do it and it fails, then you can just go, oh, my B should not have pulled that much, and the healer will just be like, yeah, that was maybe a bit much, or maybe they'll say, no, do it again. if you ask them if you can do it and then you fail because you didn't get enough heals, then they don't know if they can trust you to not get mad at them, because they just said, go ahead, do the gigapull that you want, I can take it, and then they couldn't. Exactly. It means that it is evil if there's no communication. Next, we're doing Alliance Roulette. It might not be Crystal... Oh, wait, it will be Crystal Tower because I'm Astrologian level 57. Yeah, you see, when I'm doing roulettes, most of the time when I'm doing, like, the majority of my roulettes in a week, I typically do on stream, which means that if I'm the tank, for example, then I might know, oh, well, Gazel is my healer and I know Gazel can take it. Or I know that whoever is the healer, they can trust that I won't get mad if things go wrong, because they can see me on their other monitor maybe, smiling as we wipe. Or apologizing for overpulling because that's my bad. And that, you know, that would also be if I'm the healer, I'll be like, yeah, pull big, go for it. So like the fact that I can like bring a pre-made into a dungeon a lot of the time means that I have the advantage of not having to worry about this. But it also means that that I might be incidentally sheltered automatically a little bit from the more toxic players you can find in random groups. Just by coincidence. That doesn't mean that I'm completely oblivious to it. I hope that you don't feel like I am, at least. Emir says you wouldn't get mad at me, right? No, I wouldn't. I would not. If we wipe in a dungeon or a trial or whatever on stream, like the whole point of us doing them is both to learn something and to have fun. So if we wipe, that is a much bigger opportunity to learn something. And we might have fun anyway. So who cares, right? Rust says, I think I was asked to pull small in level 40 or less dungeons a couple of times. Level 40 dungeons. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, the thing is, if you're 4 sprouts, in fact, if you have new players to the group and they, like, or to the content, and they outright ask you to go slower, it's perfectly understandable to want to do that. I think part of the reason why these days that, like, well, you could say non-sprouts, or otherwise not first-timers to a dungeon, feel far less inclined to take it slow, is because the players that want to take it slow for most dungeons, you can just direct them to the duty support, right? Like, if you want to take it really slow, I mean, just do it with NPCs, which isn't always a fair argument, right? Maybe this person wanted to do the dungeon a little slower with 1 or 2 of their friends, and incidentally, none of them's a tank. But that's like these kinds of awkward situations where who's actually in the right? But that is, I think, part of the reason why it's pretty common for people to just blindly rush through, even with sprouts. Uh-oh. What's it doing? Why is it over there? Why are you not in the pack of mobs? But yeah, if you don't feel confident in your ability to heal because you don't have a lot of experience with it, I have said before, and I'll say it again, you can try and put together groups on the community Discord server. See, maybe you can group up together so you can have like a school trip run so that people can practice a little bit. I'm sure some people would love to join you for it. Maybe there's even someone who's new to tanking that you can pair up with, so you know for certain that neither of you is carrying the other. We wiped in Stone Vigil earlier, and my only comment was, well, I have learned Samurai can't tank. Indeed. That sounds like a reasonable take. I mean, if you are a samurai and you're ready for it, you can sometimes like kinda tank for a little bit, while you wait for the tank to pick up. Maybe there's a tank dead. I think I'm going to die. Ow. Okay, I lived. I've almost survived the being frozen. Oh man. That would have been nice. It's okay. I'm back. I've returned. Fun fact, when the ancient flare goes off, if you're standing with your feet in water, it does hardly any damage. Yeah, the way that a samurai would get away with like pseudo-tanking for a little bit would be using Bloodbath and just front-loading all of the damage that you have. Like, even though you might want to save a cooldown that is coming up momentarily for something else, but just using everything that you have, you might be able to like lifesteal tank a little bit through it. That's not to say that your lifesteal would actually be able to make up the difference, but the lifesteal might like blunt the damage just enough that you'll live. And then just pray that people are sending any defensive cooldowns they have your way. It might be able to be done. Thank you for checking in, Emir. Hope you get your laptop or PC situation solved soon. I do remember that I have, as a Reaper, randomly had to like stand in as tank, where like both tanks died somehow and I just went in because I had done the most damage, and then just, you know, tank busters coming, so you go Feint and Arcane Crest, and then you see the White Mage use Aquaveil on you and Divine Benison, and you might see the Scholar go, this is going to call for an Adlocurium, and things like that. You just see everyone piling the defensive cooldowns, because that's what it takes for a non-tank to take a tank buster. And that meant that nothing went out of position or completely crazy before tank came back to take over. Specifically because we used all of those defensive tools that you have. Ouch! vile utterance. Is that a cone vicious mockery? You thought he was a big punching warrior monk, but he's actually a bard. But that's one of the benefits of like normal content or casual content, is that because the content isn't designed for you to play it perfectly, you can often get away with some creative stuff when things go wrong, where you wouldn't really be able to do that in a Savage. Like in a Savage, the DPS is probably dead if they have to start tanking autos even. Like, it's a possibility. And if you get a tank buster, you're absolutely, like, super dead. With some exceptions, maybe. Like, weirdly underwhelming tank busters and things like that. Rastus, I saw a clip of Monk surviving a tank buster. You know, Monk's Riddle of Earth used to, like, early in Endwalker, used to be completely busted. Like, insanely broken. Just the way it was designed. If I remember correctly, it had a 30-second charge time and 3 charges. And it lasted either 10 seconds or 3 GCDs, which is a really weird way to put it. It had 3 stacks, but you spent a stack whenever you used a weapon skill. So it would go down, you know, 1 every 2 seconds due to your global cooldown. And it reduced damage taken by 20%. So just, like, you could have a 30-second rampart if that's what you wanted, if you weren't using any GCDs. Or you could also have a 18-second rampart while using GCDs. It was really weird. And very strong. Why am I taking so much damage? Oh! Fire! I am become frog. Am frog. I'm just not going to break them because I don't know if I can trust the other frog. The frog, destroyer of ice. Hey, 58. I believe the turning into frog mechanic is one of those that can actually be skipped if people do enough damage. But given that it's like 2 players that get turned anyway, it's very likely that you just don't get it. Gleaming says, we were talking about old extremes earlier, and then I disappeared from chat because I found a group doing Ifrit on Party Finder. Nice. And I get the impression that you beat it, based on you saying you thought the mount dropped. Hmm. 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 Did we get all of them? Looks like we did. Hmm. Hmm. It's always funny when you see one of the sprouts run away from the scary levitating platform, isn't it? It's also a little bit of a shame when you then see them die for it, but it's a little bit funny. Hmm. There's the one. Do all the things. Play the cards. Shoo. Nice. 58. I believe that means new action. Do we have any roulettes we'll do before that? I'll be right back, and then I'll figure out. I think we need to spend some poetics just to be sure, but then we'll do some more roulettes just to make sure we spend everything we can. Alright, I'm back. Gleaming says, we did wipe on Ifrit Extreme, I assume, but it was my first time really getting to figure out a fight intended to be more difficult than average. Good that you had fun with it. And also very good that your approach was using the party finder. Because if you had, you know, just queued, you might have had a vastly different experience, as I discussed in the Mentor Roulette video somewhat recently. I could have sworn, did we not buy any level 70 equipment for Poetics? Have we not done that yet? I guess not. And the reason why we're getting level 70 equipment and not level 60 equipment is because we can just buy some like crafted gear at level 60, but at level 70 I would really like to have some better gear, because we're planning to do like we're planning to do alliance raids, normal raids, trials and all that, so it would be nice if we're actually equipped for that at level 70. Wait, what was the stats? Crit piety. Youth. So much piety. Castle says, wouldn't Ralga's reach be closer? It would, but do they also have the blue pouch vendor? I just rather would like the blue pouch vendor, because then I felt like I could more easily see whether I had actually bought things. But I was actually just about to teleport to Ralga's reach, and then I realized the blue pouch thing, the Sundry Splinters vendor. Right. So, we still can't do normal raid. We could do Frontline. We could do MSQ roulette, but I'd rather start with the one that most of the people in the group would like to do. Wait, what is the front line today? Seal Rock. Well, it is not Shadow, so that's not too bad. You know, I was wondering, now that Matthew called it Frog Destroyer of Ice, I was wondering, was that the intended purpose of the frogs? Like, some people have done Crystal Tower minimum item level, and I was wondering, if the fight drags out, over time, will you then have like way too many frozen in ice so that the frogs are there to like even it out? Or is it just there to allow you to mess it up? Because weirdly, the thing the frogs offer is more so the possibility of burning all the ice cubes and then you die to the explosion. with the snakes eat the frogs. I think the snakes do extra damage towards the frogs, but they are dictated by aggro, so a tank can just pick them up. I'm pretty sure, at least. Exactly. Amon is like, yeah, you! Yeah, you! Would you like to grieve today? You in particular! Can I offer you a grief in these trying times? I'm not entirely sure where our group is going, but that's typically how it is when you spawn in the west. Watching you move everything around with PvP, it's switching into gamer mode. Yeah, kind of, right? Whoop. Oh, wow. That happened really fast. Oh, blue's coming in from behind. Let's backtrack a little bit on that. Wait, what? I have 2 kills? What was the other one? I'm just getting arrows all around. Just oops, all arrows. Ow. 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 What? Where did all these yellow players come from all of a sudden? They just all came in like a big wave from behind. Someone sending some panic bongos? It's a trap! Hi, welcome to the show, Dragoon. That was very annoying. What was the point? What was the point of that, Bahamut? That's just random Bahamut. Time for some more attention bongos. Hmm. Hmm. That sandwich didn't go as planned. Looks like instead of us getting to sandwich blue, they just turned and went for us, sacrificing the node altogether. Hmm. This is a really, really weird position we're in, I feel like. We're kind of weirdly split. And I think we're getting sandwiched right now. Potentially. Why me? I just got here. I guess I was late. Hey, I'm still Battle High 1. More attention, bongos. More attention, bongos. Are you paying attention yet? It's not me sending all the bongos, just for your information. We're going to lose that node. That's a lot of damage. Somehow I came out of it not dead. Hey, Fila. The duty list. It should be up in the top of the screen. It should say the information of the match. I hope you're doing well, by the way. And it seems we're somehow winning? I think we're winning. We're way ahead of the other teams, but that doesn't mean the match is over. I don't know what we're fighting up here for, unless it's just kills, because there's no node left. Oh, we're getting sandwiched. We're getting sandwiched. How about some more sandwich? Oh, we won! Alright, Philip. Good night. Apparently, I did more healing than damage. I don't think I've done that before. In PvP, just in general. Was that player AFK? Or just really unlucky? We have a new emote. Emote get. Slump. When you just be slumping. So part of the reason why there's so many things that I change around when I'm doing PvP is because, for example, I don't need my party frames as close to the center, at least in my opinion, but I do need my limit break down here, and I need like my buffs and debuffs away from the top because the duty menu up there is kind of blocking it, so I need to move them elsewhere. And then I also prefer to have the target types to be like more, like prefer closer targets in PvP. It's not perfect, but it makes it slightly easier to target something near me, I feel like. Without using a macro specifically to do that, of course. And then I put the map on the screen so that like both I can and you can see what's happening on the rest of the map while I'm doing whatever. Right. Next would be MSQ roulette. So one of the big benefits of doing the MSQ roulette is the huge amount of poetics you get. So if you also need poetics, that actually makes the XP a lot more worth it, I would say. Even though it was already like good XP for the effort. But if you also need the poetics, it's even better. I like how it turns down the volume of the music so that you can hear them talk even though they have no voice lines. That's also true, Chelsea. If you have something else to multitask with, that helps. Apparently the mobs are doing so little damage that I don't even need to heal. One time I did my laundry during Sid's and Nero's marital spat. That's an interesting way to put it. If I were to do the MSQ roulette, like, off-stream in my own time, I would probably, at the very least, put on, like, watch something on another monitor while doing it. But I generally, I don't think I would, like, leave the computer in the middle of the run. Just in case I completely miscalculate how long I have with the cutscenes. But it's been a long time since I did them regularly. Although, if I do remember correctly, when we did it on Rewind Replay, it was after the rework. It's pretty funny how he's like, "Oh, you don't want my offer? Well, second in line is I guess you, Warrior of Light. Do you want to have a seat with me? No? Okay then. How about the other Warriors of Light behind you? Maybe one of them." Looks like someone did the game restart trick. Oh. I greeted my card and messed everything up. So for those that don't know what I mean by the restart trick is that if you're in the middle of a cutscene and you quit the game and like then log in again, you will come into the game after the cutscene. So if a cutscene is so incredibly long that you could feasibly log in again before it finishes, then you can skip it by restarting the game. This is typically more effective if you set like your graphic settings lower so you can more quickly log in again and things like that. And there's less stuff to load. And with a fast computer. A fast computer, of course. Gazel says, I'm playing in Japanese, there is no skipping. Oh, that is also an interesting observation. Apparently the Japanese version of the game, or the Japanese language version of the game, just gets through the cutscene way faster. That is quite interesting. Speedrunner strats. Play Final Fantasy XIV in Japanese because then the Praetorium cutscenes play faster. Now that is what I call a big brain move. It's probably not that, Steve. It's probably not because the devs want to play the game a little faster. It's probably just because the dialogue just requires less, like, pages to go through in Japanese. That can happen sometimes. That happens in other games as well, where specific language just requires one less page of dialogue to get through. But I'm assuming that it was a joke. Apparently, you can see here it evens out because the Japanese cutscene is longer. How long do you intend to keep the glory for yourself? You know, the glory you don't get to see. Oh. I don't know. I have a feeling that we're going to land in the very awkward position of being level 60 with no roulettes. So we have to do the level 59 dungeon to get past it to 61. Since I'm level 59 now, actually. I don't remember the music in this cutscene being this good. Yeah, Mount Gork isn't too bad. If you don't want to spam that dungeon, you can also, like, depending, like with Summoner, might be one of the jobs that could get away with this. Like, you can do stuff like hunt marks in the Charlene area if you have it unlocked, to get some XP there. Especially if your Mount Gork queue is long. Excuse me. And it's also a pretty good point that it would probably be faster to just queue as a scholar if it's all the same. It all depends on what you want to do, right? Back at the start of Endwalker, I did daily leveling roulettes and stuff every day, while like in those days where I was still working on the MSQ, so that I could keep up with leveling jobs, so that I could level everything to 90 as quickly and efficiently as possible. So while I wasn't forced to deal with leveling everything like from 70 to 80 real quick, or 80 to 90, I still had to deal with leveling a lot. Welcome back, Emir. Yep, MSQ roulette. Speaking of Nero's weapon, I read just yesterday that the reason there isn't a hammer job in Final Fantasy XIV is not because they don't want to make one, it's because they haven't been able to make one that made sense. Like they have tried to put together ideas for a job with a hammer, and it just doesn't work. I also read that they have tried making a job that dual wields shields, which I think is hilarious. Warrior has, I think, like 3 hammer jobs. Well, 3 hammer weapons, sorry, not jobs. Warrior, the job, has 3 hammer jobs built into it. That makes sense. 3 hammer weapons. Is 110 weirder to stop at than 80 or 90?
Look for the lips control panel. It'll be somewhere nearby.
I think it could be worse. You could stop at like 109 or 105. 101. New expansion, 1 new level. Emia, in Dawn Trail, we're going to reach the maximum level of 100. So that, of course, implies that in 8.0, either we're doing something completely different, or the level is going up probably another 10, so we'd reach 110, right? We should stop at 99. We're not stopping at 99. It is going to be level 100.
Tell me, for whom do you fight? Do you believe in Eorzea?
I don't know, Gasl, I don't quite know why doing one class into 2 jobs has anything to do with whether we would have a hammer job.
Is an instrument of deception.
How does that correlate?
It is not but a cobweb of lies. To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing. In Eorzea, the beast tribes often summon gods to fight in their stead. Though your comrades only
It's saying split the warrior job. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Is it not?
I mean, Ninja has some dual daggers that are like hilariously long that could absolutely go, like they could absolutely be sold as swords. So I think it's fine. But they have specifically said that they have tried making a hammer job and just couldn't put it together. And you're probably right on that, Gazel, that many of the animations might look too similar.
Icons, everyone, except for this, and you will see how Eorzea's fate is bleeding the land dry.
But I think they could do it. I think the entire point is that they couldn't make a full, like, toolkit. That is also what they said about a double shield job, that once they got to the part where, alright, so how would it work as, like, on the offensive part of the job, they're like, yeah, what would make sense for two shields and attacking?
For the world of man to mean anything, man must own the world. To this end, he hath fought ever to raise
Man must own the world.
rich through conquest. And when the dust of battle settles, it is ever the strong who dictate the fate of the world.
Throwing ricochet shields. That could work. Just give it a gun. Oh yeah, they did that.
Knowing this, but a single path is open to the infinite ruler, that of false worship.
Actual shield bash combo. Every step of your 1, 2, 3 combo is a stun.
Only a man of power can rightly steer the course of civilization. And in this land of creeping mendacity,
Yeah, gun shield might work.
will prove its salvation.
Now that might actually, wouldn't that be hilarious? You make a double shield tank, and then it turns out to be the first actual ranged tank, because you're using guns anyway.
It's only right that I should take your realm, for none among you has the power to stop me.
Gleaming says, how does a range tank even work? Oh, you don't have to be at range. That is completely irrelevant. In Wildstar F, there was a range tank. The engineer, I believe it was called, used a gun, and they were a viable tank. I believe they were actually the best tank, specifically because being ranged meant that they had the ultimate capacity to perfectly position the boss at every possibility, because you could just go where you wanted the boss to go. So being a ranged tank doesn't mean that you have to be at range, just like how many ranged jobs are somewhat incentivized in Final Fantasy XIV to come into melee range for things like auto-attacking or some specific action. So it would be more the fact that you have the ability to perform your rotation at range. So you wouldn't necessarily need to make use of your range, it's just you have the ability to shoot. So yeah, just because a job is ranged doesn't mean that it has to make use of the range. I think it would be very unhealthy to make a ranged tank job and then give it an incentive to stay at range. The reason for that is that, like, if you just close your eyes for a moment and picture it, that tank would be incentivized to run circles while tanking trash packs to make sure that the mobs stay at range, which would be a nightmare for the melee DPS in your group. Like, that is exactly it. Like, in fact, what would probably be better is if this ranged tank job had a few actions that incentivized it to come in close every now and then, so that they didn't mind being in melee range, but most of its toolkit works perfectly fine at range. The closest we have to this right now is Paladin. Because the entire magic burst, you know, Confiteor, the 3 blades, and a Divine Might Holy Spirit means that with proper planning, a Paladin could stay at range for around 12-13 seconds at relatively small loss, and the main loss would be your auto attacks. But I think it would be quite funny, just the subversion of expectation that you get a tank that is using 2 shields, but it's ranged. Like, I think that would be really funny. Let's see. Oh. New weapon. I guess we'll have to just do dungeons from here. Right, I'll be right back, and then I guess we'll do some dungeons. Alright, I'm back. You know, let's see, an invasion tank could be a cool concept. Here's an interesting thing, now that I just spoke about Wildstar. Wildstar, like, I played it right when it was new. The entire concept was that they had, I believe, 6 classes, and each class had a DPS specialization and a tank specialization, or a DPS specialization and a healer specialization. So one of the jobs, or one of the classes, were a DPS, but if it was healing, it was like one of them was heal over time, one of them might be more bursty, one of them might be more focused on shields. Similarly, one of the tanks was focused on like damage mitigation, like in bursts. Like I believe it was the warrior that could raise its shield to block, but it used a big greatsword, so the shield was like projected. And then you had the engineer, which was the ranged tank, and if I remember correctly, it was like more focused on like general damage reduction, like passive damage reduction or something like that. You know, like warrior, I believe, was focused on like reducing damage in bursts, whereas the engineer was more focused on reducing all damage. You know, the difference between taking 50% less damage momentarily when you really need it versus taking 10 or 15% less damage all the time. I don't remember quite exactly, but then I think it was called the Stalker or something like that, was the third tank. It was a stealth class, like it used stealth for openers and stuff. And it was an evasion tank, which meant that when it got hit hard, but it didn't get hit nearly as much as the other 2 tanks. If I remember correctly, it was the worst tank in the game. Like, it wasn't even funny how much better the 2 other tanks were at tanking. Because evasion tanking sounds really good in concept, but it usually requires a little extra. If I remember correctly, back when monks were put into World of Warcraft, monks were like the evasion tank. Their tank stance didn't actually reduce the damage you took, it just made it so that you took a pretty substantial amount, but it mainly just made it so that you took some of the damage later, like over a few seconds, over 10 seconds. But that was completely inconsequential when you could have nearly 100% uptime of plus 55% dodge and parry combined. And because you used agility, you just had 20% dodge naturally and like 5% parry, so you only got hit like a fifth of the time. So it didn't matter. Like, the logic was you only get hit 1 in 5, and when you get hit, even though you take most of the damage just flat in your face, most of the damage, or a large amount of the damage, could be, like, were postponed over 10 seconds. And that's correct, Rust. These monks also could just use a button to just delete the damage they were expecting to take over time. So the logic was, of course, as the damage would accumulate, because you get smacked in the face for 100,000 damage, 50% of it is delayed to later, so you're taking 50,000 now and 50,000 over 10 seconds. Before the 10 seconds are up, maybe after 5 seconds, you take another 100,000 damage. So the remaining 25,000 you were supposed to take are now 75,000. Reset the timer. And this, like, could accumulate the damage you were going to take over 10 seconds. And eventually it would reach a boiling point where you're like, I'm just going to click the delete button. And the thing is, when monks were put into World of Warcraft, you could just spam that stuff. It was extremely broken, like insanely broken. I happened to main a brewmaster at the time, so shocking everyone. I believe the expansion that immediately followed Mists of Pandaria, they made it so that that ability only removed half of the dot instead of deleting the dot. Turned out being able to just yoink damage and then just throwing it away like that was a little too good. Oh yeah, by the way, I think we should probably do the new Astrologian quest before we do a dungeon. And welcome back, Goldtooth. I never played Xenoblade, so I wouldn't know. I don't even know how a tank would play into the group dynamic. Can't even mention what I mean, it wasn't great. Can't even mention Walls of Draenor. It was an okay expansion. The thing is that I preferred both the expansion that preceded it and came after it. And that's not a good look. Word of Lady Leveva's charity has begun spreading, my friend. I have attended more than one luncheon where it was positively dripping off the tongues of all the good lords and ladies. And the knights? Oh, the knights. They've started rumbling about why magics that not only heal the wounded but also enhance the strengths of the healthy are not being employed to save the lives of those on the front lines. Needless to say, the Vault is not amused. They plan to have us fade into obscurity. Their plan to have us fade into obscurity has rebounded upon them, and now they are scrambling to twist this situation to their advantage. Listen, Caetsu, the Vault would have us officially attend an operation currently underway in the Western Highlands village of Hemlock. The settlement was abandoned after the calamity and has since been overrun with beasts of all manner. The Holy See seeks to reclaim it, and my uncle, the Count, has generously volunteered his knights to clear the area of any remaining threats. It is a win-win for the Vault. The operation is small enough and far enough away from the capital that even if it is a success, no one will pay it half a mind, but the Vault will be able to say that they answered the pleas of the knights. If, for any reason, the operation were to fail, then the Vault would be able to attribute the failure to the Astrologian presence and turn the high houses against Lady Leveva. I just spoke with the lady about this, but she said she was not interested in the politics of the situation, only that it was her duty to aid people in need. We should speak with her, and soon. Let us make haste to Hemlock. I also liked Cataclysm. It wasn't bad. Like, the thing is that Cataclysm did a lot of new things, and some people didn't like it. Some people didn't mind it. Miss Pandaria did a lot of things that made it unpopular. And well, Warlords of Draenor was known to be the expansion that had to eat it for the sake of getting the graphical update. If I remember correctly, Warlords of Draenor. Was it Warlords of Draenor that had that? Wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was. And then it didn't help that they also had like a major increase in staff over the course of Warlords of Draenor, which meant that their existing employees, like their existing developers, had to spend a lot of time teaching the new guys, which also took work away. Like, I believe Warlords of Draenor had 6.0, 6.1, and 6.2 the end, and that's not always a good sign when some expansions had 4 or 5 major patches. And yeah, Cataclysm might have had a similar downfall of being compared to Wrath of the Lich King. Ymir says the only thing I know about Xenoblade is that you played Xenos, I think. Maybe. I haven't played it, so I wouldn't be sure. We severely underestimated the strength of our enemies, and now my men and women find themselves overwhelmed. The tight wedges we had at the day's onset have all degraded into small knots of fighting, and the number of wounded is growing faster than our chaplain can heal them. Thank the Fury you arrived when you did. That was all you needed to know. Whee! Where am I? Where's my company? I must return to them. Goto says, what has happened so far? We've been doing all of the roulettes, and now we're doing an Astrologian quest to make sure we have all of the abilities before we do more dungeons. You shan't forget this, Astrologian. I'm forever in your debt. You have my thanks. But there must still be many who require succor. I heard a woman scream beyond this very boulder, not moments before you arrived. Oh. Well, that isn't good. Oh, whoops. Is Lviv and Trouble again? Yeah! You know, Viek, I feel like the thing with World of Warcraft is like, if you play World of Warcraft like classic, like vanilla classic, you could probably be fine just enjoying the leveling experience because there's no rush, like to just play it a little bit on the side. But if you feel like an extra MMO would be overwhelming, then don't. What have we here? Sylvestra, you who vowed never to set foot in this barbarian land again? Unless... Clever girl, yes. It was I who hired Zelia to bring you back to Sharlayan, and if you had come back with us quietly, you would be free right now, rather than a wanted criminal facing a trial, imprisonment, even execution, depending on what you have told these tame savages of yours. Yes, my dear, I offered you a chance and you foolishly refused it. The edict has been issued, and I am here to collect you. Though I must place some of the blame for that on our friend Celia. Had she not insisted on playing games, perhaps you would have displayed reason back in the Black Shroud. Instead, she merely added fuel to a fire already hot with your inherent stubbornness. And now I am forced to make the journey to this filthy realm to clean up her mess, and I suppose that starts with these companions of yours. Caetsu, take Janiquin out and leave, right now. Neither of you are ready for magics of the variety he wields. How about if I just switch to Black Mage and blast him real quick? How about that? I have a level 90 Leveva. Could that work? Are you sure? Is he stronger than the Endsinger? But what of you, my lady? I am going to reclaim my father's journal. Brave. Your father was brave. Your father is also dead. Lady Leveva. I now understand Celia's frustration. This realm is truly overrun with vermin. How we suffered here for so long, I will never know. Very well, Leveva. You leave me no choice. You may already know we have questioned Mace regarding your unauthorized passage into Eorzea. What you may not know is that we still hold him in the dark cells. Just as a precautionary measure, of course. We would not want to see him flee again before the trial. Now, your grandfather is not as spry as he used to be, and I'm uncertain how long the sanity of a man of his age will last in complete darkness. Though, the longer you delay, the closer we come to finding out. If you wish to see your grandfather released, you will come to the abandoned city in the Dravanian hinterlands. There, my airship will be waiting to take you back to the old world where you will be tried. Fairly, of course. Your grandfather is in a completely black cell, which is totally humane, as you understand. I suppose you could run, but know that doing so would have grave consequences for your grandfather, and possibly your mother as well, and we would still eventually find you. Now, let me cast Return. Wait, my father's diary! Oh shoot, my return is in Sharlayan, and I didn't touch the ether right here. Ah! You may still be close. Wait here. Lady Liveva, who was that? I have the strangest feeling I should know him from somewhere. Sylvester, leader of the Bibliotecs, a powerful group of conservative fundamentalists who seek to control the whole of Sharlayan's knowledge. They believe that our people should not become involved in history, only be witness to it, then analyze it until all the lives lived and lost are but numbers on a page. You may remember Sylvester Janequinard, because he is the self-same man who has pushed for old Sharlayan to batten its doors, and has used my father's death as his rallying cry. And now I am certain that he had my father killed. Near the end of my father's diary, he mentions being contacted by a young Sylvester, who happened to be an older classmate of his when they were both at the studium. Sylvester, looking to make a name for himself as a politician, warned my father against continuing to disseminate knowledge of Sharlayan astrology in Eorzea, a warning my father, of course, did not heed. Soon after, several attempts were made upon my father's life. When he subsequently looked into the matter, he discovered that there was a price on his head, and that Sylvester had put it there. I discovered a contract signed by the wretch folded in my father's journal. He had planned on revealing it to the forum on his return, but he never had the chance. Janequinard, my father gave you that journal before he died, but you never once opened it? I did not think it was mine to read, but what you say, if it is true, we must get that diary back. Come, it seems the fighting has died down. Let us report to the captain of the knights, then return to Ishgard so that we may plan our next move. That is a pretty good point, Goldtooth. It is quite incredible. Many of the like 50 to 60 job quest lines, and even the ones starting specifically in Ishgard, it's like the vault sucks, Sharlayan sucks, everyone just sucks. It is quite wild that the vault gets to stay, but I believe anything that actually touches on Ishgard's story after Heavensward almost always circles back to there's a problem with the vault, or there's a problem with the church. It's almost always one of those two things, I feel like. Many lives were saved because of you. If this is what we can expect from Sharlayan astrology, I see no reason why we shouldn't have knights trained in the field. I will recommend this to the Lord Commander. I suspect he will be pleased to see the day won with so few casualties. If you require our services again, you need only ask. Come, Caetsu, let us hasten back to Ishgard. They do kinda act like Guardians. I think it's not that they act like Guardians. I think it's just that they act like bad guys. They are bad guy. Just because you are a bad guy doesn't mean that you have to be bad guy. Yeah, kind of, Gleaming. It's like, the thing is that both in A Realm Reborn and in Heavensward, they still were dealing with like a lot of much darker topics, you could say. And at some point, I guess around Stormblood, they started like maybe focusing on like not that, if that makes sense. But yeah, kind of. Moments ago, we received a missive from the commander of my father's guard. He thanked us again for our assistance in Hemlock, and has formally requested that Lady Leveva train several of his knights in Charlian astrology. The vault, however, remains silent, and I believe this silence to be calculated. If the edict issued for Lady Leveva's extradition has arrived, they need only turn a blind eye to Sylvester's actions until he has spirited the lady from the realm, and people simply forget she was ever here. But we are not going to let that happen, are we, my lady? I'm sorry, Janiquinard, but I no longer see how we cannot. Sylvester has my grandfather. He has threatened to take my mother, and he now has the one thing that could have saved them both, my father's journal. No, Janiquinard, I cannot deny my fate any longer. I've done several readings since our return, and every one is the same. Deceit, manipulation, submission. My path is clear. You, however, can carry on. Sylvester has no authority over you. Or you, Caetsu. See that my father's dream is fulfilled. Promise me that much. I shall promise you that, and more, my lady. Quimberain and I will see you to the place of meeting, and do whatever possible to make certain this Sylvester keeps his word. You know that by attending me, you put yourself in danger. He has shown he will not hesitate to kill anyone who stands in his way, and now that he knows I know of his involvement in my father's death, but still, you would stand by my side in my last moments in Eorzea. I do not deserve friends such as you. Caetsu, ether is the building block of all that surrounds us, meaning that everything is connected. Someone closely attuned with that ether can, in a sense, link themselves with others, feeling their joy, feeling their pain. Scholars of the soul call this empathy. Crystal gazers and card readers call it the Wheel of Fortune. We astrologians call it collective unconsciousness. Whatever you call it, I feel that bond with you, both of you. Thank you. Congratulations, you now have a new spell. Yeah, the reveal trailer for Viper, which we saw yesterday on the FanFest stream, stated flat out that it starts in Uldar, alongside the requirement that you need a level 80 job to unlock it, because Viper starts at level 80. Which is going to be very overwhelming. Like, either Viper is going to have an absolutely ridiculous amount of actions to deal with right as you get it, or it's going to be a little bit like Reaper, where they have like just gone, well, you don't need a level 52, 54, 56, 58 ability. You don't need a level 62, 64, 66, 68 ability. You don't need a... and so on and so forth, which greatly reduced the amount of actions Reaper actually got. It didn't reduce the amount of things Reaper can do, because they just, whenever they gave you something, they just gave you something much more concentrated, so that you didn't need all those extra actions to like be even with everyone else. But it does mean that Reaper doesn't actually get that much stuff like level by level if you were to level it from level 1, like in a deep dungeon, for example. They have said that it starts at level 80, so there's nothing to read into. There's nothing to read into. They have said you need a level 80, and it starts at level 80, so there's no secret. It's just like every other expansion. Reen says, despite not enjoying Astrologian, it definitely had a good storyline in my opinion. I didn't touch the job quests until I was like level 60, but I leveled it mostly through MSQ Roulette and Frontline. I think so. I think the storylines for most jobs are fine. It's just they're not always the most impressive. Like for example, the Astrologian quest line, like the entire job quest line is repeatedly Leveva is in danger because bandits, or Leveva is in danger because something, and then you come and help her, and then you learn an action, because she teaches you something. But it feels like very repetitive in a way. Gleaming says, how does Reaper level sync? Badly? At lower levels, Reaper does not have very many tools. Which leads to, like, if you land in, like, if you do Crystal Tower, you have your 1-2-3 combo and your AoE 1-2 combo, and then you have both ways of applying Death's Design. And then you have Bloodstalk. You don't have any of the follow-up stuff, but you have Bloodstalk. And if you were to get synced to level 60, if I remember correctly, that means you have Soul Slice. So that means you have the option to generate an extra 50 every 30 seconds. So that just means that you're going to, you know, and then you also have Grimswade, so you can use your AoE spender instead, but you don't have any of the follow-up attacks after Bloodstalk and all that. It's not bad, but you can absolutely feel that the job was intended to be played after 70. Oh, Goldtooth, I didn't mean it like that it was a bad thing that the Astrologian story, like, is just like, oh, stuff happens, and then quickly the teacher teaches you a thing, and then you learn a thing. It was more that the story for the Astrologian job quest line is very, very... It feels kind of predictable almost. Like, you pick up the quest and you can almost guess Leveva's in trouble, Ish got mad. And that's like the two key things. But the thing is, the reason why it feels so drawn out is because it's not a long story. So it's just one big, like, story that you're getting told. This is what happens, and because you keep having to go back to it, it gets, like, elongated in a way. Because you get it in, like, small bits and pieces. But if you did the entire Astrologian storyline, like, in one sitting, it would probably feel more like an episode of a series. Right. So I need to repair my gear, I think. But yeah, I think the more likely scenario with Viper is that they're going to make it they're going to make it either have a limited amount of buttons learned throughout level 1 to 80 to make it not too overwhelming, or we're going to have a very, very daunting task when when people pick up Viper at level 80. But Viek, I don't know what they would mean if they said we can immediately start with Viper. I think it was more to say that Viper isn't in the new area, it's in Uldar, so you can pick up Viper immediately. Right. I think I'm all out of roulettes I can do. Yep. In that case, Gazel says, how does Sage feel for the non-scholar players when unlocked? Oh, that is a good question. I wouldn't know. My main go-to healer before Endwalker was actually Scholar. And if I remember correctly, when I was making my original Sage guide back when it was closer to Endwalker, a lot of the guide was like, if you're a Scholar, you will recognize this ability because it's kind of similar to this, and things like that. That could also be, Steve, that they're saying, well, if you're already level 90, you can play Viper immediately. Imagine if Viper was on the first. That wouldn't... I mean, it wouldn't really be a problem for most players. Like, unless you're just spamming roulette and you're like 30, or well, if you're a lot of levels ahead of your main quest, it could be a problem. But you would probably be able to reach it even if it was on the first, if you just reached, like, MSQ level 70. And if the job is level 80, it couldn't be that bad, right? Go2 says, all I know is with all these new jobs that are coming out, they're not doing an Ishgard scenario where you have to get to the new expansion to get these new jobs because of the backlash that happened. Well, it is quite interesting because the key difference between the new jobs that we see these days versus the jobs from Ishgard is that the Ishgard jobs started at level 30, so the only reason that there was a level 50 requirement was because you actually needed to reach Ishgard to unlock them, which is a little weird in comparison to other jobs because, you know, Samurai and Red Mage requires level 50 just logically. Alright, Emir, enjoy your evening. But if, for example, Astrologian and Machinist and Dark Knight started at level 50, I mean, it would still be annoying that you had to complete a Realm Reborn to reach them, but it would at least make a little better sense because they start at level 50, right? You could argue that Red Mage and Samurai could at least reasonably, starting at level 50, they could start in a zone you should have access to at level 50. Like, Gunbreaker and Dancer, at the very least, should be fine to be in Ishgard, if they so desired. And Reaper and Sage could be in Kugane, or Ralga's Reach. Like, well, maybe not Ralga's Reach, because that one, like, becomes reliable and safe way later in the Stormblood story, perhaps. But Kugane is, like, kind of early in the Stormblood story, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Imagine Dark Knight starting in Camp Dragonhead. That could be. And that's probably also true, Gleaming. I think just generally the reason why they put the new jobs in starting zones is because it really sucks to get, like, you finally reach the level where you're supposed to be able to access a job, and then you just can't. And, like, the thing is, Gleaming, so you say, I'm at a point where I don't mind the idea of the new jobs being in the new city. The thing is, if the new job is in the new city, then it does not necessarily mean that you would actually have access to it rather quickly in the new MSQ. Like, if they put Reaper and Sage, so they could put Sage in Old Sharlayan, that would actually make pretty good sense, right? Would they then put Reaper also in Old Sharlayan? Probably not. Maybe they would put Reaper in Garlemald, right? That could make sense. But that would also mean that to start this job that starts at level 70, you would need to reach like level 83 MSQ. And if you wanted to play Endwalker as a Reaper, that really sucks. Yeah, exactly, BSR. It's reasonable to assume that if a job starts at level 80, which is the end of Shadowbringers, then at the very least you should have access to anything you would have access to at the start of Shadowbringers. Like I would say that, but at the same time I can also understand the logic of letting everyone be able to reach, like, play a job if they have the level. The fact that the job, like, it's exclusive to Astrologian, Machinist, and Dark Knight, that even if you reach the level where you should be able to use a job, you can't unless you're far enough in the MSQ. I don't know why you would do this, but by construction of how the game is set up right now, you could make a new character and just power level it by doing, like, Sastasha. Just repeatedly spam Sastasha, maybe do, like, leveling roulettes if you unlock also, like, one more dungeon. Just spamming dungeons with one job and just grinding levels. If you reach level 70, you would be able to pick up Reaper and do the rest of the MSQ as Reaper. If you want to do that, you can. No one's going to prevent you from doing that. But you can't. You cannot do that with Dark Knight, Machinist, or Astrologian. You have to reach Heavensward for those. Exclusively. All other jobs are free game. I'm pretty sure you can pick up Reaper even though you've never unlocked a job. But yeah, you're right, Goldtooth. It would take an eternity to level a job to 70 using level 15 or 16 content. It would. It's more the principle that you could. If you take your time, if you pace yourself and do a leveling dungeon every day, the leveling dungeon XP scales with your level. So getting Sastasha or Tamtala Deepcroft every day, you would eventually reach level 70, and then you would be able to do the rest of the MSQ's Reaper if you want to. I don't know why you would want to do that. You would not be able to use your toolkit very well. It would be very boring. Like, you would be doing, like, I believe Reaper gets their step 3 single target combo at level 30. So you would just be doing 1-2 combos until level 30 and nothing else, because you have no reason to do anything else, and your gear would be so incredibly busted that any open world content at all where you have to fight anything, you just walk up to the thing and just sneeze at it and it just detonates. So I don't know why you would, but it does mean that there are some jobs that have this weird ruling that the rest of them don't. Like, if they had put Dark Knight, Astrologian, and Machinist somewhere in the 3 starting cities, they could have been available at level 30. They could have been available at level 30. But, on the other hand, their stories would make no sense. Right? I mean, the Dark Knight one could probably work without Ishgard, but the Machinist one and the Astrologian ones are really, like, core placed in Ishgard. Right then. So I have run out of roulettes. So I would probably need to just do create Gubal Library. So if you are on an EU data center and you would like to join me and Neff and Rust for Great Gubal Library. I believe it's Rust, right? I'm pretty sure Lesser or Perarius is Rust. Then make your way to Alpha Light. Gazel says I can join back if you give me a sec. Sure, let me know. But yeah, the what I mean by Astrologian and Machinist wouldn't make any sense without Ishgard, whereas Dark Knight could work, is that the Machinist story is about arming the less fortunate in Ishgard, I believe, among other things. And the Astrologian story is centered on the Athenaeum Astrologicum, right? So without access to these two like central hubs like that and the Sky Steel Manufactory, the stories wouldn't really make much sense. But the Dark Knight one, I mean, you're mainly just bringing your teacher with you without getting in too much spoilery content, right? Which means that one could be anywhere. It could be anywhere for the most part. They could, they could rework the stories, but I just don't think it would work the same. Also, hey Kids and Echo, I hope you're doing well. Don't you have closed position at level 60? Lo-fi beats to kill mobs too. Oh right, you have raw intuition. I can see what you mean, Gleaming. I looked at the new specifications and were like, I don't think my previous PC could meet that. I don't think my previous PC was good enough. But we hope that there isn't like a whole bunch of players that can no longer play Final Fantasy XIV because of the graphics update. And then he turns, smacks you back. Thank you so much for the super chat, Gold Tooth. I just need to beat this boss so I can read your message properly. Thank you so much. The only way I can see them pulling that off is if they give us level 1 jobs that we can get from the very beginning that lead us to a level 50 job when we get in there. Then we officially become the job. Oh yeah, I could see how that would work. Like, instead of becoming a machinist or an astrologian, like maybe you start as like a gunner, and then you need to like later become a machinist, to actually deal with it. Ow. That is actually a really cool idea. Like, instead of well, it would be really strange to have a job that stays as a class until level 50, but it could be a way to do it. But I do agree that suggestion, GoTooth, that I think that if they really, really wanted to offer a way to play the jobs like before you reach Ishgard, like that could be a way to do it. But it might feel very janky. They might not have touched the concept of using classes since A Realm Reborn. There hasn't been a new class since A Realm Reborn, if I remember correctly. So it might be, it would probably be wishful thinking, but I think it's it is a way to make it work. That I don't have a better idea. Matthew says the game definitely works below minimum requirement. But you might be fine, Gleaming. You might be okay. The thing is, my old PC, which I said probably didn't meet the requirements, played Final Fantasy XIV at basically all lowest settings to just have like a stable frame rate. So if yours is just like, if your settings are just like mildly over the minimum, you're probably fine. Hopefully. Hopefully you're fine. Can't guarantee anything, but I would hope you are. There's actually a really like good opportunity for a starting spot for like a gunner type job, Goldtooth, because Limb Solomins actually has like the leftovers of a of like a gunner type class that they never made back in the Realm Reborn. They could just put it there as a like a class guild, like most of the other guilds, and just have it naturally advance into machinist, and it might work. It's like, it could be done. I'm not saying that it should be done, but that would at least leave an opportunity if it would ever be desirable, right? I'll go over here. Ooh. I thought it was far enough away, guess I wasn't. Nyom. That is also a good point. If they suddenly make it so that some of the jobs that were normally required a specific level to even start suddenly allows you to start earlier, it would feel like, why not this other job though? Although I will say that that's maybe like a little bit like I feel like that's an unnecessary complaint. It's like how we've talked about these things before with why do we have this or that in the game? Why is it like this? Why it is like that? And often the most simple explanation is some developer wanted it to be like that, and the development team decided to agree on it, so that's how it is. So if they decide that the Heavensward jobs would be better served by starting at level 1, or at least having the option to start at level 1 with a class so that you can pick it up before Heavensward, I would imagine that most players would be like, would see it as a positive thing rather than a negative thing. I would at least hope so. I'll be right back. And then we'll do the Astrologian quest, and, well, I guess we might do Great Gubal Library again. Alright, I'm back. Let's see. Steve has a good point. Wouldn't not having a job start at 50 mess up PvP as you need a job for PvP? I mean, the way that it works in PvP is that you can't switch to a class in PvP, and you can't queue for PvP as a class, so you just would not be able to like do PvP as these Ishgard classes, like these precursor classes for Machinist, Astrologian, and Dark Knight. They could do that, like just go, well, you can't with these jobs or these classes, and just say those get their jobs soul crystals at level 50 instead, or 30 when you get to Ishgard, right? Like they could do that. It wouldn't really, like, if they make that concession, then I don't think it would mess with it. It would just be really weird that, oh, those classes can't PvP until you reach Heavensward. A little weird, but I don't think it would break anything. Let's see, Garcel asked, in-game, does ranged limit break or caster limit break deal more damage on a single target? The caster limit break does around 11% more damage than the ranged limit break. Just in general, around 11% if I remember correctly. That is to say, if you have to choose between the ranged or caster limit break and you have the choice, then the caster limit break does slightly more damage. But if I remember correctly, or my observation at least, is that the reason why it is like this is because the opportunity cost of having your caster do the limit break versus having your ranged DPS do the limit break is a lot easier for a bard or a dancer, or indeed even a machinist, to find the time in their rotation to do a limit break. It's a lot more awkward to find a good time to use a limit break for a black mage, because it's almost certain that you have something you would rather do than cast a limit break. Or, worst case, if you cast the limit break, your state is going to drop. You're going to fall out of Astral Fire or Umbral Ice. And for a summoner, well, your rotation is almost constant at max level, right? You don't, like, choosing to limit break means you're not having something else. Compare that to a bard, where they do actually have long sections of their rotation where they're just going 1, 1, 1, 1, and those would be better served as a limit break. Red Mage has these periods too, but that is exactly the reason why you often see Red Mages do the limit break in a trial or a raid, because they are a mage that has down periods where they don't really get the most value out of, like, filler stuff. Which both Black Mage and Summoner kind of lack. So that is a really, really long-winded way of saying, if your mage feels like they have the time to use a limit break on time, then they should do it. But you should not, as a ranged physical DPS, wait very long in like an AoE context with using your limit break if the mage isn't doing it. If you are in a group, where there is no melee DPS, actually, if you are in a group, just period, and you're doing a dungeon, then it is actually better to use the limit break 1 on, like, big AoE pulls. Typically it's done on the final pack before the final boss. But if you get a limit break 1 at any point in the dungeon, then using the limit break 1 with AoE on a trash pack is generally considered far better than using it on the boss. But if you have a melee in your party, then they should typically have prio on the limit break on the boss. Like, when you have reached the final boss, then the melee DPS should typically be the one doing the limit break. But in all other situations, it's typically better to just use the limit break. So, if the mage isn't doing it, and you, the ranged physical, are in a good spot to do it, then that 11%, 10%-ish difference does not matter. Does not matter. Don't care. Just away. If you are in position and the mage is not, and they're not doing it, then you do it. The damage difference is small enough that if the mage waits any longer, one of the mobs will be dead. And then you lose the percentage of damage lost by that mob being dead. So just, it's not super important. I do bring this up in both my ranged physical tips guide and my mage tips guide, that there's a damage difference, but it doesn't matter because of this opportunity cost problem, right? So I hope that explains it for you, Gazel. Also, hey Gelano, or hey Aridel, I hope you're doing well. Right, level 60 quest, the Hands of Fate. Celestial Opposition, that's a good spell, or ability. Oh, just a moment, do we have any level? We have something. We just randomly have a 255 weapon. Excellent. Oh, music. No, already used it. I'm quite aware that the mere notion of accompanying Leveva to their answering quarter is bordering on absurd, but I cannot in good faith abandon our good friend in her time of need. Not after all we have been through. I am joyed to see that you have come to the same conclusion as well. You two are foolish, but I would not trade friends such as you for all the gold in the Aurum Vale. Why in the Aurum Vale? Are there gold in Aurum Vale? Oh. But there is no gold in the... My lady, might I ask you entertain a second option? You said that your father's diary contained a document which implicates Sylvester in Rufin's murder. What if... I fully understand the enormity of this if... But what if Sylvester still has yet to lay eyes on that document? Suppose he only took the diary to provoke you, if we could somehow retrieve it before you boarded his airship. Then we would have a bargaining chip of our own, but this man is the leader of the Bibliotheques. Their sole purpose in life is the hoarding of knowledge. Of course he read the diary, and knowing Sylvester, the document would have been set to flame the moment he discovered it. Unless we told him that there was another document, one that I removed from the diary to have examined, one that was not in the diary when he stole it. Of course, there is no such page, but it would be easy enough to draft something up from memory of what I saw, something that would appear official from a distance. It just might work, though there is always the chance that he may simply attempt to take the document by force. Were that to happen, we would be fortunate to escape with our lives. Sylvester is a formidable astrologian. Some say he even possesses the power to stop time. But I thought those were only... No. We mustn't think of that. There is little time left before the scheduled meeting in the answering quarter. Lady Leveva's plan is all we have. If we are to save both her and her family, we must act and trust that the stars will guide us to victory. Alright, Rust. Thank you for coming. Have a nice evening. Chelsea says, ironically, it can be a gain to do two melee LB2s over a melee 1 LB3 and a 1 and well over 1 LB3 and 1 LB1 due to the animation lock being shorter. That is actually a good point. And it is very like it's actually pretty funny if you've ever tried to look up the damage of limit breaks. It's like relative to each other because the exact scaling of attacks, the exact scaling of limit breaks doesn't really work the same as like potencies, if that makes sense. That's a good point, Castle. The thing is, in any context where you would be in a situation where you would need a mage or a ranged physical to single target limit break, would not be a situation where you have a balanced party, where burst windows are super important and stuff like that. But you're right that in a situation where you are in like a coordinated group and you actually need like an AoE limit break for some reason, then it would probably hurt a summoner less than a red mage. Nigh on 15 summers have come and gone since I last set foot on the paths of contemplation, yet this place appears as if it hasn't been inhabited for centuries. Nature's the greatest leveler. Nature's the greatest of levelers, Janet Quinard. She provides us with what we need, but when we're done with it, she's quick to take back what is and always has been rightfully hers. There is still time before Sylvester is to arrive. I would like to take a walk and see where my father lived. Just knowing that I tread the same ground as he may grant my mind peace. Well, then, might I suggest a rooftop garden directly to the south of here? Your father and I would spend many a night there gazing up at the stars and prattling on about our dreams into the small hours. It is where he first told me of your mother. Your birth mother, not the aunt who cared for you after Lady Bearded died in labor, and the child she was carrying. That was a random detail. Bondi, how are you doing are you doing your tests like in Explorer mode, or what's happening? Oh, you're checking logs. I wonder if my father knew that one day I would be here, standing under the same sky he did. Did he know that he would have a daughter who was as stubborn as he? A daughter who put her life and the lives of those she loved in danger because of an unfulfilled dream? I think he did, and I think if he were here now, he would be proud. Proud that I at least tried. Proud that I did not let fate control me, but that I rather walked hand in hand with that fate down a path my father left. Not only for me, but for all those who would carry in their hearts the same dream. I believe he would be as well, Lady Leveva, though I did not fully realize it until recently. These past moons it has been as if Rufin was here by my side once again. The passion, the stubbornness, the talent. I do not think he would stand idly by as Sylvestre had his way, and so I believe neither should we. Thank you, Jenny. I know I have been hard on you, but it is only because you were an incompetent astrologian with an aversion to training, not because you were anything but a good man and a good friend. Now, let us see what the stars have in mind for us today. Thank you for checking in, Chelsea. Take care. I don't think I asked you something, Goldtooth. However, I could ask you something because LB3 is only available in 8-man content, with the exclusive exception being Porta de Cumana after Heidelin empowers you. But maybe you meant that you used a level 2 limit break all the time as a Dragoon. I have heard a little bit of back and forth on that as well, Bundy, but based on what I have found, there is a distinct difference, and it kind of makes sense, as I said, like what I explained before with opportunity cost. The argument for why the cast limit break should do a little bit more damage is related to this opportunity cost, that most ranged physical jobs are perfectly fine just limit break at some point, where most mages would rather not, if they can help it. And then there's Red Mage. Like, the thing is, Machinist and Red Mage each represent the exception to that, because Red Mages have, like, downtime periods where they don't have to, like, filler, although it will mess up the amount of melee combos they get during bursts if they waste time on a melee on a limit break, right? So it would hurt a black mage or a summoner, probably hurt them more to do a limit break. In some capacity, when you're doing bursts, red mage would be hurt as well, and summoner would probably be hurt the least. On the ranged physical side, machinists, when played optimally, have like a very strict rotation that you need to do to make sure you have the correct amount of battery gauge, so that would actually also hurt. Whereas Bard and Dancer probably wouldn't be hurt that much by stopping to a limit break. So I think it's about this, so that they give the caster slightly more damage to incentivize them to do it, despite the opportunity cost related to it. Yeah, exactly, Goldtooth. You get access to you get access to Limit Break 1 when you're in a 4-man party. You get access to Limit Break 2 when you're in a 4-man party at the final boss of something. And then there's Porta de Cumana, where they give you a Limit Break 3, which should otherwise normally be impossible. In 8-man content, you just have Limit Break 2, but you are given Limit Break 3. In boss fights, you can get Limit Break 3. I can't remember if it's only the final boss in like Alliance raids, for example, or if it's like just generally available. I think it's only the final boss, but I can't remember. It typically doesn't come up, let's just say that. Sylvester is not a man to be late. He will be here. Ah, ever so predictable, Leveva. I'm sorry to inform you, there has been a change of plans. There will be no return to your homeland, no tear-filled reunion with your grandfather, no trial, only a sentence, and that sentence shall be carried out here by mine hand. You see, after reading your father's diary, it became clear that you and your wretched friends know too much. You would not believe how long I have been searching for that document. The last one that connected me to your father's unfortunate accident. I tracked down and had all the others destroyed, but this one has eluded me for almost 2 decades. The last? Jenny, Kaitsu, it appears we are left with but a single path. There was only ever one, my lady, and we shall see it to the end. Oh, the other ones are spread too far, so my AoE didn't work properly. Oh, wow. Fancy. That is really awkward. Are we supposed to beat him to the punch here? Seems like it. Oh, we have a lot of speed. We've actually reached the peak. Wow. Wait. If you wish to see your grandfather live, you will not kill me. Oh, yeah? That was never our intention, Sylvester. No, I only wish to ask a few simple favors. The first being the return of my father's diary. You will then send word back to the old world to have my grandfather released immediately. And finally, you will return to Charlian and report to the forum that I have disappeared and am presumed deceased. Fail to do these things, and I shall tell the forum all I know of your involvement in my father's death. I doubt they will be as generous with their mercy as I. And what? You shall remain here and continue to spread our knowledge across this worm-eaten realm like it was sweet cream butter? You know not what you do. The barbarians of this realm have shown that they can only use knowledge to destroy each other. They corrupt it. They lessen it, and then they forget it. They never once have shown they are worthy of the knowledge they so defile. And yet you would still give it to them. Very well, I shall do as you ask. Oh, but Bundy, you have to remember that you also have those cards. You just grab a card and give you a paper card. Those hurt. Oh, they really hurt. Imagine getting a bunch of those. But know that the forum is ever listening, ever watching. Should you continue your escapades here in Ishgard, they will find out. And they will send others until they have succeeded where I have failed. Then you'd best make certain they do not. You're a powerful man who also happens to be a master of lies and deceit. I pray the task should not prove too difficult, and if it does, well then, I can always show them what manner of a man you truly are. I do not think there will be any need for that. Sylvester, however wicked, is not a fool. He will not sacrifice what he has spent the past 2 decades building over a girl he even with his back to the kobolds, sees as an inferior, especially if you have offered him a means of accomplishing it without causing him to lose face. His pride, of course, will ache, but it's not a little wine cannot cure. Yeah, you're right, Janiquinard. Something I never thought I would admit, at least out loud. So, does this mean you will remain in the sea and continue your teachings? Of course I will. There's the pending contract with House Durandare, my obligations to the Convictors and the House of Tailfeather. And then, of course, there's the matter of your incomplete training. If memory serves me, you have still only opened half of the Heaven's Gates. Oh. Well, things did not go completely as planned, but we arrived at the fate intended for us nonetheless. Now, the question is, what do we do with this fate we have been granted? I believe this warrants another reading, but perhaps after we've had a bite to eat. Back to Ishgard then. Thank you, Castle. Ah, Caetsu, you're just in time to greet the Athenaeum's newest member. I've gotten a haircut. May I present you with Lord Rufin? Why the surprise? But I believe I know the answer. Your senses are doubtless reeling from having witnessed poor Lady Leveva's tragic end in the hinterlands. Wink. Contrary to popular opinion, I was not murdered at all, but merely on a long and winding journey that has finally brought me back to Ishgard so that I may teach the secrets of Sharlayan astrology once again. I mean to show the people that fate is a path that need not to be walked in darkness, that the stars can be used to light the way. Thank you for checking in, Goldtooth. And my first lesson, that those who oppose this celestial guidance shall find their foes burning on and on without end. Oh. Contrary to popular opinion, I have not been murdered. Wow. Well, we should get new gear after this, but we can probably do the starting quest here. Huh? Did Janequo not get, like, replaced with Jacksepticeye? What's going on here? Top of the morning to you, Caetsu! Or is it the evening? It is so hard to tell, locked up here in the Athenaeum day and night. Alright, technically speaking, I can leave at any time of my choosing, but it is as if some strange force prevents me from stepping forth into the light. But enough of that. You are here to learn what became of your humble companions while you were off saving the realm. Well, since Ishgard's quite abrupt change in leadership, the Vault has become somewhat more receptive to the contemporary ideas of Lady Master Rufin. They've even asked our compatriot in disguise to hold for them another symposium on Sharlayan astrology, and this time within the city-state proper, and not at some forsaken hamlet.
Nothing against the fine citizenry of Falcon's Nest, mind you.
In fact, the good Rufin has foreseen your arrival in the stars and awaits you in the observatorium. The look on your face tells me you are less than convinced. Still, the skeptic after all we have been through together, eh? Allow me to recreate this morning's reading. In the center of the Dawn Cross we have the spear. To its left, the inverted arrow. To its right, the inverted balance. Beneath, we have the inverted spire and the inverted bowl. And finally, at the crown, is the Eva. Oh, do you not see it? It is as plain as the stench of day-old piss in the broom on a balmy summer's eve. That is a really weird way to put it, Janiquinat. Though peace hath settled upon our great land, it will be along the path of coming destruction that friends, new and old, shall discover the bush that doth bear the fruit of knowledge and hope. And to think it was you who attuned to all 6 heavens. In other words, she who brought peace to Ishgard, that would be you, will walk the road south to the observatorium where, I don't know, you shall read some books with Lady Leveva to discover a new spell for delivering excruciating pain to enemies and their families? It all sounded more convincing when she explained it to me this morning over that bottle of wine. Was it 2 bottles? At any rate, I would suggest you make haste. You know how little our protege does not take... Our little protege does not take kindly to those who make her wait. It was good seeing you again, Caetsu, and something tells me you will be back again soon. The Heavensward artifact gear is not dyeable. Otherwise, I would probably have attempted to dye it. Wait, it is dyeable. I thought it wasn't. Well, in that case, I actually thought it wasn't. I could have sworn. My bad. Wait, can we even see that? There we go. I thought, Gazel, what I thought is that I thought the level 60 artifact gear was, the dyeable version was from PvP. That was why I didn't spend very much time looking. It's because I assumed that we needed to do PvP to get it. But I guess that's just a different color. VX says, why this color is the story? Is it your favorite color? It is my favorite color, but the story behind it is that I used to always dye or color my characters in very bright colors, which would be either white or, for example, cherry pink, so that it was easier for me to find myself on the screen. Because I should have gotten glasses much sooner than I did. But it is mostly just my favorite color.
Friend and fellow Astrologian, it is good to see you again. What has it been? 2? 3? Let us just say it has been it has been too long. Did Janiquinat speak to you of my reading? Well, then there's hope for that well-dressed dullard yet. Though I've learned the key to success is not entrusting him with more than one task at a time, and making certain that that task does not require much in the way of thinking, or acting for that matter. As for the reading, I believe it instructs as to our next step in spreading the knowledge of.
Master Rufin, an injured traveler has arrived at our gates seeking succor.
An ill omen. With me, Caetsu.
Please, I can walk no further.
The stars were kind in guiding you to this place. The astrologians here have ways of easing one's hurts. Astrologians. I have no need of prophecy or prognostication. Or I could stay my tongue and allow you to tend to my wounds. My apologies.
May you have a quick recovery, friend. In time you will come to believe the power the stars wield. Lady Master Rufin, Kaitsu's felicitious return inspires me to step out for a breath of fresh air, and behold, already does it appear new adventures upon us.
Ah, and here I was thinking you made the journey south to lend your talents in preparing for the forthcoming symposium.
Master Rufin, or was it Lady Leveva? If I may, allow me to give you my thanks, and my apologies for earlier. I have a tendency to
allow your unbridled emotions to get the best of you?
That was amazing. You know what I was going to say before I even said it. But where are my manners? I am Kyokuho of Hingashi, and have braved storm and sea to learn of the many wonders it is said are to be found in this magnificent realm. But you already knew that, didn't you?
No, I did not. Now, if you would excuse me, I must get back to, matters which are important.
Important matters? Such as astrological matters? Could you show me? I wouldn't be a burden. I'd stand in the corner, in the shadows, behind a curtain.
While I appreciate the somewhat forced enthusiasm, I'm afraid that won't be
Oh, I was merely hoping that we might be able to share insight into each other's fields.
Each other's fields? You wouldn't happen to be a geomancer, would you?
A geomancer?
So-called Masters of Wind and Water. My grandfather had a tome written on the Far Eastern art of elemental and directional divination, though much of it seemed little more than folklore.
Lady Leveva, did not the morning's reading mention friends new and old? What if Kaitsu were the friend old and this peculiar little man the friend new? That is very rude to call him little.
The spear pointing west, the balance pointing east, the arrow pointing in all direction and none. It might just mean... Kyokuho, though it pains me so to admit as much, it appears your arrival has been foretold. Perhaps there's much that I can learn from you, nay, that we can learn from each other.
Aha! Oh, but there is. Soon you will learn the push and pull of the elements brings together those who require companionship most.
Yes. The elements. We'll have to discuss that further at another juncture. For the time being, I'm placing you in the care of my first and foremost pupil, Kaitsu.
Wait, why am I getting this? Ah, excellent proposal. Or, as I believe the Hingans say, keikaku. I dabbled a bit in the language when I was younger, but for the life of me, that ebon-haired emissary would not allow me even a sidelong glance. Then might I hazard that there is no finer place to begin unlocking the secrets of the stars than under the bowl near Roots Lake? I shall even lead good Kyokuho to the South Shore myself, if Kaitsu agrees to do the rest. After you, then.
Next we meet, Kyokuho, you will have opened the first gate and better understand the influence the stars hold over all of us. Safe journeys.
Considering that the entire story of the Heavensward Astrologian story is like Ishgardian astrologians not being very open-minded towards Charlian astrology, it's quite ironic that Leveva would be so against geomancy. Isn't it? There you are. I was beginning to wonder if you hadn't been eaten by the hoverflies on your way here. But I jest. Janiquinat tells me that you are quite the authority on all things relating the bowl. So enlighten me, oh honorable sensei. I am, as you Westerners say, all ears. Not all eyes. Or was it ears? The blessing, sure. So say you the bowl offers strength to the weak? Intriguing. Very intriguing. So this is your bowl. Wow. In the Far East, we know of the constellation as something different, but know it all the same. I must admit, however, that seeing it under a different sky than my own fills my heart with a sense of both wonderment and now confusion, knowing what it represents to your people. What I cannot wrap my head around is that you would truly believe a notion so foolish as that the power of Earth, a word that by your own definition means soil, would not come from the land itself, but rather from 6 tiny lights flickering in the night skies. We students of geomancy believe that such power naturally lies beneath our feet, ever flowing through creation, as blood does through our veins. Yet, despite the differences in our thinking, the similarities are encouraging. All trees are born of the earth, and their protection is universal. A most thought-provoking opinion that I am certain Lady Leveva will be delighted to hear, though might I suggest you withhold the part about being unable to wrap your head around our foolish notions, unless you enjoy having a steel-toed boot wedged firmly twixt the bollocks. Rude? Shall we be going then? By this hour, Lady Leveva will have already made the journey back to the Athenaeum. Athenaeum. That is also very true, Matthew. Looks almost as close to a tree as real constellations look like what they're supposed to be. Just 6 tiny dots, like drawing like, I don't know, barely a tree even. And it is understandable that he's a little underwhelmed, I'd say. My thanks for taking the Hingen off my hands, and not because I think our visitor an annoying little braggart with all the manners of a cobbled foundling, which I still do, but because I needed the time to finish my work without distraction. So tell me, what did I miss? I see. Perhaps I judged Kyokuho too hastily. I still have my reservations, but I shall afford him the benefit of the doubt. For now. The teachings of geomancy may be grounded in fairy tales and falsehoods. Rude. But my grandfather told me that every lie is born of the truth. If I can find the truth within Kyokuho's backwards beliefs, rude, it may provide insight into our own school of thought. I see now that my choice to assign you as his tutor was a wise decision. Might I ask this of you, Kaitsu? I promise that once this symposium has ended, I shall assume the duties of Kyokuho's tutelage. I sense good fortune in our stars, my friend. Good fortune indeed. I think it's extremely ironic that she's basically going, ha! Geomancy doesn't exist. That's ridiculous. Meanwhile, we just spent like an entire storyline with the same project. Like basically the same project. But suddenly it's different because that was her little baby. But I suppose maybe the logic there is exactly that. That it's supposed to be either ironic or point out the hypocrisy. Right. Charlians and looking down on non-Charlian methods. Name a more iconic duo. You might be onto something there, look at the Magi. Maybe the logic was, well, we need to teach these Iscardians the proper astrology, which is Charlian astrology. And then Geomancer comes along and she's like, well, we'll have to teach him the proper astrology as well. That is pretty funny. Huh. Let me just check the prices a little bit before I buy anything. Oh. And we need the Poetics for level 70 gear. Like it's not even close. We really need all of the Poetics for something later. I suppose this will have to do. And so, because we don't have the Poetics, we'll have to make ends meet with money. I was mostly concerned with if everything costed like 50k, then I might seek out an alternative path, but this was somewhat manageable. See, let me just get to the inn and make an Astrologian outfit. There you go. Boom. But yeah, it's basically we're saving all of the Poetics for level 70 gears that, if not a full set, we at least have as much level 70 Poetics gear as we can when we get to that. And this is because we're going to be doing raids, alliance raids, trials for Stormblood with Astrologian, and we're pretty much going to be doing that while Astrologian is level 70. Well, I guess we're at the point where we would have to do Great Gubal Library again. Yeah. So we're going to do Great Gubal Library again for XP. If there's... Wait a minute, we don't have to do that. We can do a normal raid roulette first. And start with that. Does anyone in the chat that is in EU that would like to join up for a normal raid roulette? We can. I'd completely forgotten that we had that. Oh, Ariel is over there. Maybe you want to come along. I'll just do another Reddit check. Ooh. It's just a random guard stopping here. And then he leaves. You're under arrest. Because you're too short. Oh, he's coming back. You check your notes? Am I or am I not under arrest? Short? No. Vertically challenged. That should work. Yeah, I did this one a lot as well in the Moctome event, where this was the where this was the preferred way. A lot of optimization was learned. Oh. I wasn't entirely sure how quickly those would land, so I didn't want to risk it. I could probably have used some of those items to get a decent set of gear, but bit late for that now. Right, now I'm out of roulettes again, I'm pretty sure. Yep. That would mean Great Gubal Library again. Regardless, I'll be right back, and then hopefully we'll do Great Gubal Library. Alright, I'm back. Into the library again, then. That is always so awkward with great Gubal libraries, that the very first pull is just 2 mobs. Yeah. When the staircase is actually invisible and the thing you're actually walking on is just an effect. Why was it hitting me? Specifically? And then there's the knockback. Fun fact: the sad emote that the sad face, the debuff that these mobs give, the misery one, can be removed by using comfort while within a certain range, which is mildly significant because it does increase the damage you take, like so. Oh, I'm shooting the elemental in the back. It's the death ray. I don't remember if there's a distance thing to that one. The excess plot twist, the real enemy is the monitor that automatically turned off just now. I never panic involved for silly reason while it restarted. While I restarted it. That is not the worst time to to use an invuln, at least, if you can't even see whether you're dead or not. There would be the possibility that the trusts would be able to keep you alive while you were blind, but it depends on how big your pull was, I suppose. I don't think I made that. Nope, but it's just damage. Then it's not a big deal. The thing that motivates me the most to step out of telegraphs when I see them, like, if it's something that I'm not, like, pretty scared of getting hit by in terms of damage, is mostly that it's some annoying debuff. And Terror Eye sounds like something that could absolutely give me blind. Which would be very annoying. The thing is, Viek, you can't really trust any of these trusts. I remember a long time ago when I did Malika's Well, and Urianger randomly decided that he needed to run across the entire arena to heal someone, which led to him running right into a proximity AoE and promptly dying. He didn't need to do it. He just really, really wanted to. You can never trust them. Is Alphino worse? Well, that's not good. Oh, this guy's back. He was here earlier too. Look at the Magi says, the only thing you can trust with trusts is that Alizé will pop LB as soon as it's available. It is absolute that there will be nothing left but a smoking crater. Did I finish the... I think I did. I have to make sure to re-food up in the middle of the dungeon. Probably didn't need to use Astrodyne there, but here we are. That is a quite interesting observation, Viek, and then I suppose that would make sense if, for example, Y'shtola is the one that like dictates where the group stands for the stack marker. So if she's not there, the rest of the group will be like, I don't remember how to do this mechanic. Very strange. I think this boss has a mechanic where he specifically targets the lowest enmity player with an attack. Because he does it like twice back to back. Or maybe it's just not the tank, or maybe it's random. It's just often that he has done it twice to me, it feels like. That is very interesting that they have those like interactions. Regarding the Dawn Meg thing, the thing is that overall, I'm guessing that they've just made sure that that all of the NPCs will, on average, finish the maze over the hole in the ground in the floor about as fast as a player would. So it doesn't matter that one of them can flat out just walk over the empty space and another one can just jump over it. Meanwhile, we have things like Alphino that takes 30 years to make it, if I remember correctly. Oh. Well, I mean, Viek, one person, if I remember correctly, one person can beat the DPS check there, just one. So it does in fact mean that if you know what you're doing, then it doesn't matter who you're bringing. But if you don't, if you fail it yourself, then it might be a problem. But I'm pretty confident that one person can do it. A new card. Oh, they straight up silenced me. Okay, rude. I didn't even notice they could do that. agree, Space Queen. I do agree that it's actually pretty cool that they have different behavior, even if it's mildly annoying when you're just trying to power level them, that they have these weird behaviors. I think it's an interesting detail, and they didn't have to do that, but they decided to. They could have just made all of the Scions just be robotic and perfect. Exactly, Space Queen. There's specifically this there's the trial you can do with the science, and let's not get too specific with that in case there's anyone watching that hasn't completed it. But in that fight, I do believe the developers have specifically said that only Y'shtola does the boss mechanics perfectly, or most accurately. No one else in the party will. Which is interesting, because from what I've heard of what you all have been saying, it seems like that's a consistent thing with Y'shtola, that if you bring her in trust, she's pretty reliable. It is a bit of a shame that you don't even get to see the 3-people version of the mechanic, because the fight is over. I didn't know what the mechanic did either, because I also saw Gazel get yeeted. I don't think people usually stand in it, because you kind of expect it to hurt more, right? And then it didn't really hurt. It was more like just the knockback was mildly annoying. Right, we reached level 61, so now we could do Siren Song C. The boat level. Actually, I think Siren Song C is a very interesting dungeon. That's a lot going for it. Weird pulls. Interesting mechanics, even on the trash mobs. And most of that has stayed intact with its changes. You're right, BSR. Raw intuition is very silly. It is such an incredibly effective tool for warrior that the difference between healing a warrior and healing any other tank is obvious. Like you can't miss it. It's so clear when it's a warrior you're healing, because it's just, well, if they're using raw intuition, then I don't have to do anything until I see raw intuition. Because of the sheer power of raw intuition. Space Queen says, I wonder how good shield healers feel about warrior with TOB. Oh, Thrill of Battle. I guess the heal amp it adds makes shield proportionally. Yeah, the Thrill of Battle actually increases the shield size because it increases healing received, and the shield is based on healing done. So it has positive synergy. For the most part, the thing is that unless the warrior specifically coordinates it with the healer, the warrior is typically more incentivized to combine Thrill of Battle with Equilibrium, which happens after Raw Intuition, which typically means after the point in a dungeon situation where a good barrier healer would actually use a barrier. But in a raid context, I suppose a warrior could use Thrill of Battle, and like a scholar could use Protraction, and then use Adlocurium on the tank with the boosted healing received, and then, you know, deployment tactics for a bigger shield. I'm pretty sure that should work. Pretty sure. I haven't tested, but I'm pretty sure it should. But in most cases, I'd imagine that it's not needed. And the reason why, just for the record, the reason why a good barrier healer wouldn't be using barriers by the time a warrior would be using Thrill of Battle in a dungeon context is simply because, well, scholars can only access their barriers with a casted spell, which they could have used Art of War, and they would typically prefer to use Art of War in such a context. And a Sage, while they could use Haima or Panhaima or even Holos, that's typically, like, they might have already done that. And having used Haima or Panhaima is likely to lead the warrior to deem it unnecessary to use Thrill of Battle, and then they just don't. But the shields that a Sage would use at the time where a warrior might use Thrill of Battle are like less coordinated shields where it needs to be perfect. Like, it doesn't have to be exactly boosted. It wouldn't like provide anything super particularly meaningful for the warrior if the shield was slightly boosted more than usual. It would help, but the warrior probably doesn't need it, because because warrior, right? Like, if the warrior's raw intuition wasn't so insane, then I could imagine that warriors might appreciate Thrill of Battle's healing received boost more. Hope that makes sense. No bloodburst. Ooh, that got a little close. Gets a little bit scary when you see the raw intuition, but the HP is actually about to run out. I've talked about this many times before, but part of the complexity of playing a warrior effectively is that if you don't know your healer, then it might be better to just use raw intuition very aggressively, because the healer might not super appreciate that you wait so long with using it. But if you know the healer and know that they're waiting for you to do it, then that's a completely different story. Morbid Advance. Yeah, looks like we both reacted quite aggressively to that sudden tank buster, BSR. Retreat. Almost. Aha! Hmm. Hmm. Oh. I suppose that is also a benefit of not having God Poetics gear, is that already on the first dungeon there's upgrades to be had. Hmm. Hmm. So the most effective way to level right now, because I don't have any roulettes left, is literally to just repeatedly doing Siren Song C. And the key problem with that is that you bring 3 friends, they might not get very much out of it. And something that you might have noticed with the difference between how I leveled Astrologian and how I leveled Black Mage is that with Black Mage I went out of my way to do like optional content that could fill in the gaps of a roulette before I started doing all of the roulette spam, which you might have seen back when we leveled Black Mage. Because that would be what I would have done on a DPS. With a healer, on the other hand, the probability that if I that a tank or healer could just get away with spam queuing like this is very high. So that's why that's my game plan. That's how I plan to do it. But it's way more fun to do it with friends. Gubal adds to Space Queen's question about Thrill of Battle that some warriors will use Thrill of Battle when they see you use Recitation or Protraction. Like, in anticipation of you using like, applying a big shield to them, they will use it. That makes sense. Personally, I had actually never considered doing that when I'm playing Warrior, but that makes sense, and I might just do that in the future. The key is being able to see before the Scholar casts at Locurium that you could use Thrill of Battle to help them. That gravity sound is just so iconic. Oh yeah, Dancer already has Devilment by 62. It's quite wild. Thank you. Oh, right. I was going to use divination earlier, but then suddenly Sinistry turned out to be helpful. And then we did that first. What? I didn't realize that would do so much damage. I'm sorry. I really thought, oh, it's just an AoE, it'll be fine. And then Gazel just dies. Hmm. Hmm. That was an awkward essential dignity into Super Bolide. Awkward combo. I think I already have that, right? Yep. Yeah, exactly as Gazel says, it's about playing in a predictable way. I've talked about that before, that part of the motivation for why you might, as a warrior, want to use your bloodwetting weirdly early is to signal to your healer that you're going to use it when it's available. As that makes them feel confident that you're actually going to do that. And that makes you more predictable, and that means that the healer can play around your being predictable. I have noticed that my divination has been pushed away from devilment. So the best I can do is give a card when you both have devilment. It's better than nothing. It's better than either one of us delaying our cooldowns to realign them. It's too expensive. I was expecting it to give PSR another tank buster, but maybe not. Guess it's after this? Then it's like 2 autos and then a tank buster. So 2. And the smack. Yup. There's the weapon upgrade. That's a very small upgrade. It doesn't even have a weapon damage bonus. I mean, better than nothing. Multiple upgrades. Oh. I suppose that works too. Dritharian says, once you get Bloodwedding, do you usually just do that buff by itself, and once it runs out, then do mitigations like Rampart, etc.? Once you get Raw Intuition, you know, at level 56, the weaker version of Bloodwedding, you don't need, like on AoE, you don't need anything else than Raw Intuition. If you get the hit off, you'll get fully healed on AoE. So I wouldn't use Rampart alongside it in, like, an AoE context. On a boss where they're using tank busters, that's a completely different story, but on AoE, Raw Intuition, assuming you manage to like use Raw Intuition and then an attack, can be comparable to like Hallowed Ground. Like you're basically impervious to damage because you'll just heal it up again immediately as many times as is required. So that is kind of what makes it so incredibly busted, that you can just spam, like you can just use it and then you have 6 seconds of invulnerability on a 25-second cooldown. Then Bloodwedding makes it even better, of course, but Raw Intuition on its own was already insane. Well, the Endwalker version, right? Did we get something new? Oh, we got Earthly Star. I completely forgot. That's really nice. Exactly, Drusarian. Like I said the same thing a little bit ago, that having a warrior tank for you is a completely different experience to having any other tank for you. Like it's very specific. Exactly, Shagman. Those kind of tip things when one of the tanks has Benediction on a 25-second cooldown. Not only do they have Benediction on a 25-second cooldown, it's Benediction that recasts itself 3 times. Yes, I'm talking about. So, yeah, the last pull of the last trash pack pull in Tower of Zod is weirdly difficult. Even though it isn't like a particularly big pull, it's just the mobs there. Triple cast Benediction. It would be an interesting effect. Imagine if there was any healing spells or abilities even that had like an effect where it recasts itself a couple of times, like back to back every few seconds. Not like Heimer or Panheimer where they recast themselves when needed, but more like instead of going heals you for 500 potency, it's like heals you for 200 potency 3 times specifically. Although I suppose that would just be a slight... I just overrode my card. It would just be a region, wouldn't it? I just realized I invented the heal over time effect. Aren't I great? I managed to create the heal over time effect again. Zach is doing... Are you doing Siren Song C or are you doing Tower of Zot? Oh, Siren Song. Well, in that case, let's see who finishes first. Although, the duty support NPCs tend to really not let you rush it. It actually is weirder than that, Space Queen. For the most part, Trust doesn't do any AoE damage. Well, Duty Support doesn't do any AoE damage. Not only do they not really do any AoE damage, sometimes you'll see them cast clearly AoE spells. They just won't do any AoE damage. But what is even stranger than that, which I observed I did Sastasha as duty support a little bit for an upcoming video. And if you don't actually kill the mobs yourself within a certain amount of time, the NPCs will start to pull out big guns. Like, they will actually kill the mobs a lot faster if you're really slow. A particular example of that is that after a set amount of time, the warrior or the marauder tank will just use Berserk and just decimate whatever mob he's fighting. Simultaneously, the Thaumaturge will throw out like Thundercloud proc Thunder 1s, or actually based on the animation, it might even be Thunder 3 for like 200 damage when most of their attacks did like 20, 30, and then like that kind of range. Like out of nowhere, they'll just start blasting. Like, they've had enough of that particular mob and just destroy it, just delete it from the face of the earth. So they're designed to, as Luca the Magi says, they're designed to try and make the dungeon take a specific amount of time, and if you really fall behind that, they'll start to go faster. And if you go ahead of that, they won't. They'll just go, like, get really, really lazy. Decimate is a level 60 skill. Fair enough. Yeah, I could imagine that, Shackman. I remember at the start of Endwalker that even as a warrior, that final mega pull there, or big pull in Tower of Zot, that did require me to kite a little bit. Almost irregardless of what healer I had. Yes, I was impervious to damage while Bloodwedding was active, but that didn't matter because the pull would take longer than that. I completely forgot I had Earthly Star. That is awkward. That is like multiple casts that I just lost.
I should be watching out for BSR on this next Bloodburst if there is one. Yeah, the Tower of Zod with the final pull just before the final boss is weirdly difficult. Oh, sorry. I just realized that you announced Holmgang there. Yeah, that's true, Viek. The trust NPCs will pretty much stop doing anything and just do the mechanic. In fact, if there is a mechanic, it isn't unusual for them to just, like, and a mechanic can include having to step aside for a line AoE that a single mob in like an AoE pool is going to do. Like, that counts. They'll just step aside and do that mechanic and not really do anything until that has passed safely. I think the reason that they are like that is because if they started getting creative with it, there would be, like, you already know that some of the trust NPCs are rather unpredictable. Uh-oh. I wasn't sure if you had raw intuition, so I got a little worried. They can be rather unpredictable. And if they would randomly choose to just, like, greed mechanics like players do, they would be even more unpredictable. So I think they've just, like, chosen to not do that. And it doesn't really matter because, as we've talked about, if things start going too slow, the NPCs will just turn on hyperdrive, right? And then they'll catch up. Like, if things are going too slow, they'll figure it out. But if things are going too fast, I mean, it doesn't matter, right? So if they stop to do a mechanic, it doesn't really hurt, because if you needed that damage to keep up, then they'll start going beast mode shortly. That was a dumb moment to use Morbid to use my divination. I didn't even look at the Morbid Advance, or actually I was looking at it and just went for it anyway. That makes it even dumber. Thank you, Zach. To be fair, I don't think the duty support were going to give you a chance to win that race.
But it is quite funny that they've decided to like program the duty support NPCs like that. It's particularly funny because the way that you see the like in Sastasha, if you pay attention to the damage numbers, you'll actually notice that the duty support NPCs are like doing extremely low damage numbers. But after an almost like robotic amount of time, which is of course, that makes sense, a programmed amount of time, they'll just go, oh, I suppose this mob is going to die now, and then the warrior, well, Marauder will use Berserk, and the Thaumaturge will just throw out a thunder that deals 10 times the damage it was doing before, and nearly one-shots a mob. Completely, like, the thing is, I don't think you need to do very much to make sure that the duty support finishes it in around 30 minutes. I do remember back in Shadowbringers, I did try to experiment, see how big pools I could do as a tank, for example, see how quickly I could rush the trusts through a dungeon, and if I like ran as fast as I could, it would be like 25 minutes. Yeah, exactly as Bondi says, this is ideal because I got a decent amount of my levels by literally leaving the room while running trust system dungeon runs. It took about 35 minutes per run. And I imagine that those 35 minutes could have been partly because, well, sometimes the pack were done and you weren't back yet. So you had to run to the next mob. But yeah, exactly. The thing is, it's a pretty good, like, medium because, or like middle ground, because the duty support kinda have to be strong enough to do the things without you. At the end of the day, it would be really hard to make them balanced in such a way that they needed you to progress. While still being functional properly. Like, the way they could do it would be, for example, to have it like the NPCs don't actually attack, they just exist and imitate attacking, and you just do more damage. Like, that would be a way to make it, but it would be really weird. It would just be weird if they did it like that. Or they could make it so that the NPCs only attack when you do. Which would also be weird, because that might lead, like, certain jobs to just have better duty supports, because, like, if all the duty support do something whenever you use a toxicity, then a monk would just have better duty support than a black mage, for example. Not optimal. So I think the middle ground that we found where, well, technically a lot of content the duty support can just do for you, but it's not gonna be fast, is probably fine, right? Glue the healer to you in duty support. I mean, that could also work. What I saw when I was testing these things in Sastasha was specifically that technically, at least for the first few packs, a white mage player wouldn't actually need to do anything. Like, for the first few packs, the tank just barely has enough HP to deal with the pack before you really have to do anything. Like, maybe one Cure 1 cast, if even that. And as a tank, I mean, you could just use heavy swing and the mobs would die about as fast as if you hadn't done anything almost. You just have to hold aggro and it'll be fine. And a DPS doesn't have to do anything. You just have to pull the mobs. And then you win. Eventually. But exactly, yeah. Be that 0 DPS healer if you want, but stay by my side, let me do big pulls. By how they've balanced the duty support NPCs, the healer doesn't even need to do anything. It wouldn't change anything, because like the tank and the other DPS, for example, will just carry the damage that the healer isn't doing if needed. It is really funny. In the moment that I realized, like, there was 2 specific moments where I was like, huh. And the first one was when I saw that Thancred pulled mobs by using Demon Slice, but he didn't do any AoE damage to them. Like, that was my first moment. The second one was when I paid attention and noticed that Y'shtola used spells such as Foul of the 7th Dawn, which did single target damage. Even though it's an AoE, like, it's foul, it's like an AoE spell, it's a known AoE spell. Why is it single target? I should probably check how much HP that Dark Knight has, so I can get the most out of Essential Dignity. Below 5,000. Yeah, that would make sense, Viek. The thing is that the healer's just going to keep stopping to try and attack the stuff you've pulled, right? And then when you finally finished pulling, they're like over Narnia somewhere. If you're really smart about it, you might be able to if you can like circle the mobs around like in like a U shape, you might be able to like you reach the final pack and then just like run back the way you came after like herding them around the room. Maybe that would make it safer, yeah. I've kind of demonstrated that like a little bit on the solo challenge stream sometimes when we had to kite something for a while. Just like running loops. It's not perfect. That is a good point, Shackman. I had actually not considered that. Yeah. Thank you. He's taking a lot more damage than I anticipated. That was incredible. I think he got hit by some circle AoEs that I didn't see. If you're just going through your duty support VX to level your trust, then it might be better to do it as warrior, where you don't need your healer to know what they're doing to be able to progress. Like, yeah, if you're going really fast, your trust NPCs are going to just like turn into snail mode and just go super slow. But hey, if you don't need them to play well, and you just need to survive, then warrior's probably your best bet. But that would require you to level warrior quite far, just to be able to choose that. Yeah, if you're both trying to level up your Gunbreaker and level Trust, then obviously you can't use Warrior for that. Oh, that was pretty smart. This is definitely the better pack to use Limit Break on of the two. I'm not sure how you mean bad habits, Viek. If you get used to just not being able to rely on your healer, for example, like, that's not the healthiest habit to get. But on the other hand, it would make you able to, like, function without the help of your healer a lot better. So it might just teach you some things that might be helpful when you do play with other players. These hounds got to survive way longer than I'm used to. They have a mini tank buster of their own that hurts a lot. And they kept bringing the tank near death. Exactly, Viek. Maybe what, like, the thing is, I don't think you will be picking up bad habits by playing with duty support unless, of course, you start pulling very, very carefully or pulling very little because you're afraid. But as long as you're pulling somewhat normally, I don't think there's anything to be concerned about. There's a better chance you would pick up bad habits, quote unquote, for playing with support, with duty support, by playing with other players. You know, things such as being able to rely on your team. Nice. And now we're at 63, and look at this, we almost caught up. We're starting to catch up to our rested XP, but I'm pretty sure it'll be back up ahead again by next week. VX says, what I mean is stopping at the first pack to make sure I have aggro and they can't take it away. This is just not done with other players. That depends on who the tank is. Like, I usually, well, it depends on the group. I'll usually test it a little bit if I want to go really fast. But if I can't be bothered to like test it, I will just do a two-step combo, like two-step AoE combo. Well, I'll do one step and then I'll like be like zigzagging forward to indicate I'm still running. But specifically stay within range of the pack for the step 2 combo. Specifically because that ensures that the mobs tend to stick on me instead of, you know, running after someone else. The thing is, Viek, that sometimes you will have players that are less reliable than trusts. Sometimes. And sometimes these things that you can and cannot trust them on are completely disconnected in the most ridiculous ways. Like, for example, sometimes I will have a DPS in my group. As a tank myself, I'll play the tank and there'll be a DPS in my group that will do so much damage that they'll quickly over aggro if I only do one AoE step. But when they get aggro, instead of doing, you know, the reasonable thing, which would be coming to me with the mob, they'll just panic and run away from the mob. So like they'll just run whichever is the direction that'll get them furthest away from the mob, which is almost always away from the tank. And somehow these two things can both be true. That the person knows how to do a lot of damage, but has not the faintest idea how to deal with getting aggro. That is not an uncommon problem. Did someone say reassemble drill? Now that would be that's a good example. It's actually extra good of an example, because if you're pulling a big AoE pack, in most cases using reassemble on spread shot instead might be better. But they'll do reassemble drill and then be surprised when they got aggro. So everyone's shock. I should repair again. Yeah, that is one example of how players can be less reliable than the trusts or duty supports. Another way is, well, players can just as easily mess up a mechanic as a duty support can. Even though, like, although they're probably more consistent about failing mechanics, you could say. When you're a summoner that bursts big numbers on AoE, always stick to the tank. Yeah. Well, the thing is, if you can stick next to the tank while doing your AoE just in general, then there's no reason not to. Most DPS jobs just can't. So you're kind of incentivized to stick to the pack. Like, that's also why usually you'll see, like, sages or scholars, like, lag behind the tank if they're good, because they're, you know, they're going to stick with the mobs where they can spam Art of War or Discrasia, rather than just run ahead to stay close to the tank. But yeah, that is like exactly what I mean by playing with trusts. I think is unlikely to teach you like bad habits. It will teach you habits that might be unnecessary, such as, you know, maybe overdoing the aggro thing when you pass a mob, where sometimes it might not be needed. But being extra sure isn't always a bad idea. That's also part of the logic behind my like healer dungeon pull strategy shorts, is that they're excessive, might be overkill in some cases, but if you'd always do that, you should be fine with most tanks, like, right? So learning that isn't a bad idea, but learning tricks with players might be like give you bad habits for your trust, you know, trusting your trust. A bad habit would be running to the next pack when there's only a few enemies left. Oh, yeah, chain pulling. Yeah, we don't really do that in Final Fantasy XIV. That is something that is more common in World of Warcraft. the reasons why we don't really do chain pulling in Final Fantasy XIV are less significant nowadays, but they're still there. One reason is that by exiting combat, your ranged physical can use Peloton to help you get to the next pack faster. And it also enables everyone to use sprint on the longer duration. But something that used to be more significant was, as your MP regen regions better and faster when not in combat, Dark Knights and all healers can, keyword, can benefit from exiting combat. Between pulls, as that gives you the extra MP. As I said, it used to be more significant is because healers typically don't need all that MP. They probably don't need that extra help, but that used to possibly be a thing, especially because healer AoE used to be a lot more expensive. Adam says, do you have any tips for doing a first Savage raid? I'm not ready for the commitment of a static, so it's just gonna do it through Party Finder, but I'm seeing a bunch of jargon I have no idea about. Actually, I don't know if you've seen it, Adam, but I have a guide that specifically prepares you by trying as best as I can to teach you all of the things that you need to know before your Savage raid, like pointing out what to look for and stuff like that. You said jargon. Some of these things can be hard to learn, but one way is to watch a guide on the specific encounters that you want to go for. But there's a whole bunch of other small or big things that you might want to prepare for. How does your region explain tactics? How do they agree on tactics? How do they explain tactics? What items are you expected to bring? What items are you not expected to bring? How good is your gear expected to be? So on and so forth. And I would say this guide that I've just posted a link to in the chat should give you like the general overview. This character does not really have a Savage raid unlocked, so I have quite a hard time actually giving examples, but if there's a specific kind of jargon that you could clarify that you don't understand, I might be able to help you, Adam, like if you just tell me here now. Namokius says, I originally wanted to main Astrologian, but honestly found it becoming very difficult later on. Got good with Sage, and now it's by far my favorite healer. Astrologian feels kind of awkward to play. The thing is that Astrologian is very overwhelming compared to the other healers, simply because you have way more OGCDs to use. You could even argue that Astrologian is the only one of the healers that have like a really proper burst rotation with like a 2-minute burst. Scholar kind of has it, but it's not like nearly as involved as the Astrologian one. And that can be very overwhelming if you're also trying to be a healer. And yeah, I prefer playing Sage most of the time as well, but I mean, we did vote on which healer to play on Smol Caetsu streams, and we did agree on Astrologian, so we're playing Astrologian. But yeah, it isn't for everyone. I do believe Astrologian is considered the hardest healer to play by far, simply because of that, and mostly the only players that disagree are Astrologian mains. Usually. Or they haven't played Astrologian. Right. We should probably get a picture for the next stream. Maybe we'll get to 70 next time. BSR says, my statics Astrologian main is now a white mage player. So take that as you will. Ah, yes. Got tired. If you want to be on the thumbnail, you can. I was thinking maybe we'll take a picture with Firm Albert. Maybe we'll take a picture with Firm Albert. He is very solid indeed. But yeah, Adam, if you don't have any particular questions, then good luck with your first Savage. Emoki says, sometimes it feels like I'm relying on RNG for healing, since you might not draw the healing card or you place the start the wrong moment. Feels very punishing if you don't anticipate very well. It depends. It's pretty funny because I feel most Astrologian mains see Lady of Crowns as like a dud draw because they just don't plan around it. Like, they just don't. So when they get it, it's like they have to figure out a way to make use of it. Yeah, that could work. Can we just test? How does that even look? Sure. That could work. Maybe. It's a little difficult to get a bird's eye view where everyone is actually on. I'll try a different emote. How did I tried to open the emotes. Yes, through the hat. There you go. I think. Let me just double check that. Yes, perfect. Through the hat. Exactly how I wanted it. Such a big hat. There we go. Right. The hat makes the healer. It's a big healer. Ferocious. Right. Mokius continues. Then there's Sage, who feels like it has 50 options for every situation. Also with White Mage, but honestly feels like Sage has so many tools at every given moment, it's hard not to love. The thing I feel with Sage is that most situations, at least in my opinion, to like really properly deal with the situation, you need 2 cooldowns. But the thing is that Sage has so many cooldowns that any situation needing solving requires 2 of them, isn't a problem. Astrologian feels like sometimes you need 2, sometimes you need 3 cooldowns, and typically Astrologian has the cooldowns to do that. The thing is that what you need to heal a mechanic with Astrologian feels like Galaxy Brain moves most of the time, right? Like, you saw it coming, you did all the setup before it happened, and everything panned out perfectly because of it. But you had to plan it all and use all the cooldowns like that. Which can be a lot harder, and then couple that with the card stuff. Let me just take a picture for the schedule, and if you have any questions, like whatever it is, this is a great time to ask, as we're just winding down after, well, we got 7 levels. I feel like the next Smol Caetsu stream will have to start with cleaning inventory, because this is a little concerning. What? You spin the... I'd never considered that would even be possible. I don't think... Is that how all astrologers do that? I don't remember my main doing that as the battle stands, but that's really funny. And also congratulations, Zach. Congratulations on the house. The FC house. Amokia says, I've gotten Black Mage to 80 now. Got a few jobs left to level afterwards. Should I go with Ninja, Reaper, Bard? Ninja, Reaper, Bard, or Ninja? They're all basically at starter level. Everything else is maxed. I feel like something subconsciously says that you have to play Ninja, don't you? I feel like Ninja showing up twice in your list tells me that you should probably level Ninja next. And thank you, Castle. I would at least suggest Ninja after that. That's pretty funny. If you do Ninja and then Bard and then Reaper, then you will also like actually be able to like check off content that you don't have to do anymore as part of your leveling experience. Oh, Ninja, Reaper, Bard, or Samurai. Well, I still think Ninja. I still think Ninja would make sense. I'll extend my suggestion. If you do Ninja and then Bard, then Samurai and then Reaper, then you will be able to like cross off content that you no longer have to make use of to level. Like, for example, once Bard and Ninja are past level 50, you don't need, like, there's nothing in the level 1 to 49 range you'll need anymore. You might be able to get rid of a lot of equipment. And when you have the jobs at 60, then you could get rid of all of the sub 60 stuff. And by that I mean optimally, like if you really want to optimize it, you might want to level Ninja and Bard a little bit together so that they both reach level 50. Then get rid of all of the level 1 to 49 dexterity stuff. And then take Samurai along and level them all 3 up to 70, getting rid of stuff as you stop needing it. And when they're all 70, you can level all 4 together up to 90. You can also choose them one at a time, in which case I would say Ninja, Bard, Samurai, Reaper. That would be my suggestion. But you don't have to follow it. It's very nice. I believe last time we got 6 levels. And this time we got 7 levels. That's also true, as BSR says. Bard and Ninja actually shares a lot of equipment, so it might be helpful. Maybe keep some Ninja leveling gear, since we do know what level Viper will be starting from. Well, they'll be starting at level 80, so you just need to make sure when you level Ninja to 90 that you don't throw away the level 80 equipment. That's all you have to make sure. And then the rest will be fine. If I remember correctly, I told myself that I would buy both, like I'd make sure I had both Sage, well, healer and maiming equipment ready for Endwalker, and then I think I only ended up having maiming equipment. Like, at some point I just forgot. But yeah, also, just in case, you should both save level 80 Viper equipment. You should also, if you have any, save level 80 mage equipment, because we know that the job that has not been revealed is going to be a mage, so it's probably going to share equipment with black mage, summoner, and red mage. So like, if you have any left for level 80, save that. You might also want to consider, when you get into Dawn Trail in a like half a year and then some, don't throw away your level 90 scouting gear, like dexterity gear. Don't throw away your level 90 caster gear, because that, like, those 2 jobs will need that, even though they can't use it yet. Like, if you choose to main like a caster, then just because your casters have reached level 100 doesn't mean that you should throw it away, because there might be an extra one that needs it. What's my opinion on Viper's reveal? I'm excited. I think it looks really cool. I did look at it and immediately went, I think a lot of people actually went, ah yes, the dual wield mode generates resources, the two-handed weapon spends resources, and then the blue aura thing is a 2-minute cooldown. I also suggested that maybe the dual wield generates 1 resource and the two-handed generates another resource, and you need both to enter the blue aura mode. It's a possibility. I also suggested that maybe the dual wielding generates buffs, you know, like Samurai has different combos for different buffs. I don't know, I'm just trying to stay hopeful, because I would be very disappointed if dual wield generates two-handed spends and you have a 2-minute cooldown, is what we're getting. That would be very boring. Steve says, won't you be using Poetics gear by then, though? That's the thing. At level 80, you would be using Poetics gear, but you need to have the Poetics gear. At level 90, you would still be using Poetics gear, but the gear that you got in Endwalker will be Poetics gear in Dawn Trail. That's how it works. So don't throw it away. And that's also true. If you have Blue Mage is level 80, so just, you know, you have that to start the new mage job with. Yeah, exactly, I'm curious. That was kind of what I was thinking. Like, maybe you have 2 gauges, a bit like Red Mage, and it could get very, very unique. I just hope that they do something like that, because 1 generates, 1 spends. I feel like we kinda already did that with Reaper. Like, I feel like we kinda already did that with Reaper. We already did it with Reaper at the very least. I don't think there's any other jobs that are like that so specifically. But the simple fact that we've already had that once in that specific way makes me hopeful that it's not how Viper will work. Tekna says, did anyone get the impression that Viper is just ninja with bigger blades, or just me? I don't know. I felt like the two-handed weapon mode made it a lot more unique, and they also have different stances. And there was a time where I said, Gunbreaker is Paladin without a shield. The fact that the gun has, like, a trigger on it, that's, or well, that the sword has a trigger on it, it's still a sword. But that was more when I was trying to raise the point that maybe we should have, I don't know, a job with a hammer? So I think it looks fine. Like, the thing is, I don't actually care whether Ninja and Viper ends up looking very similar in their silhouette, because you could say that's perhaps the concern, right? You have Ninja wearing specific gear. Viper wears the same outfit, or can, and it just uses slightly bigger weapons, right? Like, I can see the concern, but I'm going to be pretty confident that they're distinctly different in their playstyle, and that's what I want. So, if they can just do that, then I'm good. Actually, Amokius, I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but I did read, I believe it was something Yoshi P said, that they have tried to make a hammer job multiple times. And they, like, the ideas for, like, how the rotation would look and how it would work, like, something that made sense, just doesn't come to them. Like, you could argue that they could give Viper a two-handed hammer and just make the animations make sense. But it's not the same, right? I also mentioned that I read that they have looked into making a job that dual wields shields, but they had problems coming up with an offensive toolkit for it, which I think is understandable and also funny. Sun Thrones. Yeah, exactly, Steve. I just want something that is fun to play as well. Sunthorn says, I really don't think they'll be similar because mudras are such a key mechanic for Ninja, and, well, Viper simply cannot have something. I also said that the other day when someone was concerned about Viper being too similar to Ninja. They're not going to be the same rotation-wise. The closest we'll get to them being similar rotation-wise is if Viper is as bursty as Ninja is. Like, Ninja's rotation is burst for 15 to 20 seconds, and then, like, just barren wasteland for 40 seconds almost. If Viper is that, then they're going to feel almost identical, and I'm sure that the developers would notice that and not do that. They also said Viper will have lots of OGCD, so I feel like it might be something more in line with Dark Knight. That is also true. Shield cannon and everything stuns enemies. Watch the enemies not play the game. Yeah. Now, the way you would need to make that is Blue Mage has a spell that stuns for 1 second and is unaffected by diminishing returns. You would need these shield cannons to have that mechanic. But that would be so insane. So insane. But yeah, I'm pretty excited. I was hoping that we would hear just something about the new mage job, just anything. Like, that is actually something that I was more interested in, but then they mentioned there's coming a new limited job at some point in Dawn Trail, and now I'm very excited for that, because I had kind of given up hope in that aspect. Like, I'd kind of given up, like, maybe they've just discontinued this whole thing. And yeah, exactly, it was Perpetual Rage, Chelsea, you are completely correct. And yeah, I think it was Aradel that I talked about this previously, that if Viper becomes a selfish DPS, or is a selfish DPS, then we would actually have a very interesting system in the melee DPS department, because each armor type would actually have a selfless or support or more support-centric DPS and a, if not selfish DPS, more self-centered DPS to choose from. For example, Monk is a support DPS because Brotherhood, and Samurai is a selfish DPS because, well, not Brotherhood. Dragoon is a support DPS because Dragonsight and Battle Litany. Reaper is a more self-centered DPS because, I mean, Arcane Circle is like 3%, right? And then you would have Ninja with not Trick Attack, Mug. And Viper would have not that. It's not like a huge thing, but it's like an interesting little detail. Like, maybe they would do that. Like, would actually like view jobs as like supportive and unsupportive or something. Maybe they have something in the works for that. They did say that a lot of jobs had a major rotation changes in the works, but they didn't clarify what they meant by that, so we don't know if it's actually significant, right? The big turtle boss in the Dravanian Forelands. I do remember back when Perpetual Ray and Sharpened Knife was actually part of like the kind of optimal open world rotation, where you would do like Whistle and then Perpetual Ray into Sharpened Knife. If there was like a bunch of blue mages in the area, bosses would just get like stun locked over and over again because all of the blue mages are just doing Perpetual Ray. I think it would be even funny if you had enough blue mages coordinating it. So some of the blue mages just did Whistle into Sharpened Knife. That would be pretty wild, but unlikely. Now, we got 7 levels. We actually have a new job quest waiting for us. But maybe we'll actually reach level 70 next time. Now, if you enjoyed hanging out in this stream, enjoyed what you saw, remember that we have a community Discord where you will find a lot of the wonderful people that you've seen in the chat here. You'll also find me. You'll also find a weekly schedule that gets updated around every Sunday, every Monday, showing what's happening for the next week or so. You'll also find the announcement room where you can see whenever I plan a new stream, post a new video, whatever it is. It usually shows up there first before anywhere else. You can also go into the role assignments room and choose the reminder role, and then you will get a little notification every time I post something new. Or you will in fact also get like a 15-minute in advance reminder where it just poke you like, oh, it's starting now. So if you really want to be first on the block, then you can do that. Now, if you did enjoy the stream, then it actually helps me a lot if you like the stream in the YouTube system thing, you know, whether the thumbs up is down there, up there, wherever it is. If you click that, that tells YouTube that that was a really good stream and that more people should watch it, and that helps my channel grow. So thank you so much in advance. And I think that's everything. I'll update the weekly schedule sometime Monday. And hey, Dan RS, sorry. Thank you for checking in, and have a good evening to you as well. Yeah. I lost my train of thought. I'll be updating the weekly schedule sometime tomorrow, because Monday. And yeah, I hope to see you all very soon. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are in the world, and I'll see you all very soon. And with that said, now we just have to put Caetsu to bed. Good night. Good night.